Don't let this be you. Here are the top 5 laning tips for winning both macro and micro in League Classic. Get ready for trades to have way higher stakes throughout the early and mid game. In Classic, abilities deal tons of damage, but their costs and cooldowns are higher to match, so every action has the potential to completely shift the lane advantage. For many champions, you'll want to consider buying early mana regen items. Grab a Chalice of Harmony, stock up on mana potions, or pick up a Doran's Ring or 3. Speaking of Doran's items, they may be the default start for modern League players, but they're significantly weaker here in Classic. Try starting with boots and some potions instead to keep up with those early trades in lane. It also takes much longer to get back to lane, so plan accordingly. Forcing an opponent to recall will give you the space you need to set up your minion wave, or put in some good work in the tower as your opponent loses out on CS. Pressing those early advantages is also easier because turrets are way easier to kill in Classic. Taking one down will happen early and often, and can quickly snowball into more gold, more ganks, and more pressure on the enemy team. And speaking of pressure, don't forget to pick up some extra wards for vision, which you can buy separately from trinkets.
I knew you would do that.
After all, nothing ruins a good laning phase faster than a surprise 2v1. So light up those bushes and stay safe out there, summoners. Don't say we didn't warn you.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams appeared against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP promotion series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
Seems like everyone knows how to jungle these days. But do you remember these guys? They're back, along with the rest of the original Rift. If you want to survive in the land between lanes, here are the 5 things you gotta know about jungling in League Classic. Start the game with the Hunter's Machete. Trust us, you're gonna need it out there. In CVs, health potions. If you don't want to die, you better buy. The Classic jungle is a lot deadlier than the one you might know today. You'll need to play smart to survive. That's why you should always ask your teammates to leash the first camp. This is an ancient and honorable ritual where your buddy in the nearest lane takes a quick detour to damage the monsters after you pull their attention. Remember, the sooner you clear, the sooner they get a gank. You'll also need to plan your jungle route carefully and keep an eye out. Jungle camps respawn much faster in Classic. If you want to maximize your EXP, you better BRB after ganking your backing. When you're ready to recall, buy an upgraded jungle item first to keep those clears going strong. Madrid's Razors or Spirit Stone are both good options, and you can keep upgrading from there. You'll be a roaming menace in no time. Finally, you'll need to make the most of your mana as it does not regenerate nearly as fast in Classic. Optimizing your ability rotation and to not wasting cooldowns on nearly dead monsters will noticeably impact your clear speed and ganks. And separate the good junglers from the great ones. Now get moving. Red buff is up, and that Lizard Elder ain't gonna slay itself.
不要求什么啊，希望可以有一波完整的团战就好。
对于对面的杯体感到很有意见，
没错，
他已经打过了，
相当肮脏。
他先玩过，
不能找这种老手来。
对于他来说，你不太应该是那个老手吗？
没有，我是人老了。
那你呢？有认老吗？
我是老人。
打新版的我应该会赢他。
红手我打漏的时候，你还在妈妈咋扣呢？
某一个老人，不管什么版本，我都会打爆你。
Out of Hongshu in the mid lane has that ult level advantage starting to play.
There's the ignite going down. Hongshu's flashing away, but in comes.
Nice， 哇哦，他不会玩。那个卡特正当是买9瓶药的。
我不是阻止他，打爆他。
And they liked it so much. Oh, okay, so BA just died in the replay?
Yep. Yep, he had a zillion bomb on him. He got tagged up.
喂，好痛啊！完啦，好痛啊！
I had actually forgotten this, but I noticed it during this play. Gragas E is not a stun in this version. It's a swat.
完啦，好恶心啊！他这个。
やっぱりアニメとか漫画だと古代兵器って大体すごく強いですから、今日は僕が皆さんに古代兵器をお見せします。
Crowstorm, Evie in trouble. Look at the damage of the old Fiddlesticks ult. Evie trying to get under tower, doesn't have access to Soraka ult. Few seconds off it, does manage to get a W down. He's gonna live, he's gonna clean them up. I think he gets both here as he'll just walk forward, ult himself. The drain isn't good enough. BA, there's nothing to do.
ได้เดี๋ยวไปอันไหนภาพเนอะว้าวเล่นกันไหน nice อ่ะ
OK nice.
Này mấy ông già chơi game, lần này tôi sẽ đá gãy của mấy ông.
Sniffs it out, will chase him down on the other side of the fight. Emmy gets him hailed. They need to get him quickly before he can get any more heals off. They manage it.
nice 5招怎么说？哎，你没到的急，你没到的。但好痛哦，那也太痛了吧！哦，哇 UCI。OK， go mid。怎么说？翻的感觉。
Too long as Ejo, see the damage is coming in, just moving forward, shredding through Norm. Benny there as well, definitely trying to proc that W. Does well, but gets one shot by Maple on the other side. Hongshu can't find too much more. It's 2 for 2 at the moment.
我猜啦，我们会输。
稍微预测一下会输几个桃
？5到10个吧，我算7个好了。
對，啱，得，講緊字度，揾好啲換親佢。哇！我得。nice，GG。
看来当年真的是酒桶太 OP 了。
红塔再1年，
突然 OP，
我没有给到我给买，不给，很好玩。
老人队还是打这种就玩还是太权威了。
ここまで勝つというか、そもそもね、メイプルさんがキャリーしてくれたんで、メイプルさん、シェイシェイ。
你自己讲的，
又给你双告。这样太好了。
Baron Nashor may be the strongest monster on Summoner's Rift, but he's got nothing on the true boss of League Classic, Runes and Masteries. Runes and Masteries can feel like a lot, but don't worry, we're here to help you get started.
All in good time.
Let's start with Masteries. Masteries have 3 different trees: offense, defense, and utility. You have to spend a certain number of points in a tree to move down to the next tier. The farther down you go, the stronger the bonuses. You'll start with a 10-10-10 Masteries page that aims to do a little bit of everything. But once you unlock the ability to make your own pages, it's best to invest more deeply on a single tree to get the most bonuses. You should probably aim for 21 points in your primary tree and 9 points in your secondary. Now for runes. There are 4 types of runes: red marks, yellow seals, blue glyphs, and golden quintessences. These runes all boost a variety of stats, but if you want to be efficient, you'll want to pick the right type of rune for the right stat. Marks are best at dealing physical damage and magic pen. Seals boost your armor, health, and mana regen. And glyphs are best for ability power, cooldown reduction, and magic resist. Quints are particularly powerful. You only get 3 of them, and the effects they provide can be game-changing. Beyond boosts to typical stats, Quints are also the only way to improve stats like experience gain, and even the amount of time it takes to respawn after you die. But you don't need that last one, right? You got this. This is a lot to take in at once, but don't worry. You'll have some time to figure out what's best for your playstyle. Much like Masteries, you'll start with a basic rune page that you can improve over time. You'll unlock rune slots as you play, and can purchase runes from the shop using IP, so you can get exactly what you need to rule the Rift.
Right, here we go, Dustin.
From the heaven, actually a double kick. The 1v1 Itai comes out on top.
If they have to. Here comes the hero's entrance. They have the
Các chị hậu chứ nay dễ đắt hơn.
thế đó là mạng lệnh cho Kia. Mời hãy nhìn tin bằng trùng không và tăng của mình tay vẫn không biết là sự gì đó phải đập xuống rồi khi cấp cái đúng tấn công là vô hơn rất kìa. Ta đánh hai phát sẵn sàng là xong.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game.
Welcome back to the LCP. Welcome to week 4, day 2. I'm Logan. That is Carrix, and together we will be taking you on a journey of some amazing LCP games tonight.
That we will. Cannot wait for this one. The play-in stage has begun. The fight for world slots continues.
That's it. You nailed it there, Carrix. Seeding is what matters the most here for these teams, and also getting to Worlds. Obviously, Team Secret Whales has locked in their berth. They were the first team in the world, and shout out Billy Gaming. They just locked themselves in last night as well. But we still have, I believe, 2 slots here within the LCP that have teams to claim them.
That we do, and yesterday we saw Garm locking themselves into the play-in stage with a 3-1 win over Relove DCG. So Relove, unfortunately falling at the last hurdle. They are very unlikely to go international back-to-back now.
Yeah, well, exactly. They were our perennial second place, and getting knocked out of the playoffs at this point is definitely not what they wanted, as Garm did take it 3-1 in that, semi-reverse sweep, because Relove DCG, they took game 1, and then Garm took the next 3, but here is the bracket, here is the run from the start of the split in week 1 all the way to where we find ourselves today, and you can see it. Garm won a couple, they lost a couple, that's why they went to that 2-2 bracket. Only Team Secret Whales went undefeated. That's how they got to Worlds first, because they just beat everyone, plus their accumulation of championship points throughout all of 2026. But let's take a look at the seeding matches ahead of us here, Carrix.
Yeah, so obviously Team Secret Whales are waiting in the wings to see who they'll be playing against. And that will be pretty sure decided tonight, CFO versus MVK. And then tomorrow we do have the match at the other end of the bracket of GZ and DFM. Unfortunately, you're going to have to play in a different tournament at some point after our play-in stage.
That's it. Guest teams and partner teams exist here in the LCP, and we're going to take a look at CTBC Flying Oysters. This is Rest, Shadow, Pout, Doggo, newly resurgent, and Kino in that bot lane, in that support role, backed up by Wulala and Choi, the head coach. I do love that we kind of cover off the coaches here, Carrix, because they're just as important to a team's success as the players, in my opinion.
100%. I think Choi's done a really good job this split. This was a team that had a pretty horrible fall off last split. They were pretty in shambles at the start of the split, I should say, but came back, have slowly been building. They've been building, and now they're ready to go into the play-ins. If they can get a couple of wins in this series, no small feat, by the way, they could be back on the international stage, and the Oyster name still brings fear.
Well, yeah, if you think about it, right, MVK, they won their first match, lost their second, and then they won the next two. So they're on like a good form streak right now. Kratos, Guri, Chica, Haki, and Shulong, all of them, they're coming together at the right time, and they're winning against teams like Deep Cross Gaming. They're beating teams like GARM Esports, and here's their masterminds at Zuko, Big Koro, and SOFM. Like, this is a team that you need to be concerned about, and this was something that we were discussing a little earlier as well when we were trying to decide, you know, which team will come out on top, because there's just so much talent here. But let's take a look at tonight's featured matchup between the AD carries Doggo versus Haki.
And I don't think we could have talked about any other matchup, really. Haki has been stepping up for his team. A big reason that MVK qualified to the play-in stage so early was because of Haki's play. He has been fantastic. But Doggo's back in form. He is barking, and he has not been stopping the last few weeks.
So true. Say it with me now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Because Doggo is doing exactly that. And why don't we take a deep dive on some of the stats that Doggo has put forward before here? Because obviously, you know, damage is pretty high. Gold per minute, he's decent. And he's got a lot of great stats. But counter to that, Haki does have sort of better KDA, but let's take a look at the predictions here tonight, Carrix. I think we have mixed predictions.
Yeah, we have gone separate ways. I have faith in MVK. I'm dreaming of a full VCS Worlds, but you still think that CFO can get over the line here?
Yeah, look, credit to MVK, which is why it's a 3-2. I think CFO resurgent with Doggo back in form. Hopefully he continues it. They're going to be a struggle to overcome, right? We got glimpses of it. Doggo on that Samira just going absolutely weapon mode. If they're able to replicate that and bring it against the boys of MVK, I really do believe they stand a chance here tonight. But Carrix, you've backed MVK, and I see it because they're so creative.
Yeah, I think this is a team that plays on about 10 different axes depending on what the game calls for, what their opponent really requires. I think Haki has massively stepped up this split. Chica has gone from perhaps a weakness of the team. I remember last split saying, oh, you know, MVK, it's Glory waiting room. They'll just replace Chica when Glory's back. Glory obviously has not gone to them. And with how Chica has been playing, nor should he. Chica's been playing incredibly. This is a team that is just leveling up, and I think they deserve a berth at international play.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're definitely proving themselves, right? Like, obviously, this MVK roster came through halfway in Split 2 and immediately just looked at home, right? They were the Split 1 VCS champions, and they just slotted right into our Tier 1 atmosphere like they've been here the whole entire time. And credit to the team. I like that. He realized the camera was on him. He's like, oh, quick, look away. But MVK have shown up, and they keep showing up, and they keep being competitive. They keep pushing, you know, teams that were staples, teams that have built reputations and have their own core rosters and are competitive in their own ways. And I really like that spark. I really like the difference. I really like the creative angles that they bring, because a lot of the times they're willing to just pick things that nobody else is picking. We've even seen them go with that sort of lock. Chica kind of pioneered that in that mid lane, and yes, we are starting to see him a little bit more now, but they were also the ones to bring out that Malphite in the jungle when no one had even been playing it, which was such a smart pick.
Yeah, and it worked out. I was not super convinced by it when I saw it in draft, but once I saw it on the Rift, fair enough, they turned things around. What kind of picks are we looking at tonight to maybe really get either team over the line?
Well, yeah, I mean, we also saw them pick J4 in support, and that worked out for them too. But I think at least here in this game one, we're going to see a relatively standard draft. I think it might be Mage bots, which is the biggest deviation. That said, Doggo, not the biggest fan of mage bots, does love his traditional AD carries. I would love to see him get onto something powerful early, maybe an Ezreal to get CFO ahead. But counter to that, I really think Haki, it's going to come down to these ADs because they both love Ezreal and they're both phenomenal at that Ezreal. But I feel like Haki's a little more adept at those mages in that bot side, Carrix.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think I actually think we might not see too many mages. I think Syndra will be the one mage that is fought over, maybe just sits on the ban list, but I think both of these players do want to go towards more traditional ADCs. I think Doggo in particular, he's been good on the mages, I don't disagree with you, but it's Doggo. If he can pick Kai'Sa, if he can pick these aggressive AD carries, he will.
I would just absolutely, like, I know it's not in the best place right now, but I would absolutely love to see Doggo just rip out Draven and run the Rift as we know that he can, as he has done before. He really showed up for the team and made a name for himself on that champion. It would just be such a good callback. It would be fantastic to see it happen. But you're right. I think we're going to get, you know, relatively normal lanes. I think Syndra, as you said, is going to be that top priority mage if it goes in that bot lane. But speaking of mages, I really think Cassiopeia has definitely risen in that mid lane for mages too. Very oppressive. Even early, Glory has piloted it to great success, and I expect the same from MVK and CFO.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think they can do it. This is one of the things where I think we could talk for about 20 minutes. The junglers have so much to do, but we just got to kind of lock in and just see what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly why all of us are here tonight, is to lock in and see what is going to happen, because now that the last BO5 of Swiss ended yesterday, we are now into that play-in sort of stage, very quickly, very exciting, but we will get to game one right after this Riot Fist Bump.
기복.
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 第4周第2天的 Seeding Match 种子序决定战。今天的比赛将会由 CFO 出战 ，MVK 在昨天送走了 DCG 之后 ，CFO 俨然成为了台港澳的最后希望。强敌环绕之下 ，CFO 究竟能不能突围成功呢？马上欢迎双方选手进场，上路 Rest Kratos。打野 Shadow Guri， 中路 Pose Chica， 下路 Dogo Harky。辅助 Kino Su Long。教练 Chowi Safam。两支战队要获得世界赛资格的第2张门票都非常的艰困且严峻哦。但是今天的比赛胜出才是最重要的，比赛马上开始。
Thank you very much, Tommy, for that rousing introduction as we get underway for the 2v2. CFO has locked in Rest on that top side and Doggo on the bot side. Two players who could not be further apart on Summoner's Rift here, Carrix. I like it. It's different.
Yeah, we always like seeing who teams will send out. Guri and Haki, another bit of a stranger combo, the jungler and the bot laner, but always a fun one. Let's get right into the 2v2 because there is so much to go over. There are so many stakes. I was a little bit wrong in the pre-show. This is, of course, the series to dodge Team Secret Whale, so one you really, really want to win.
Yeah, exactly. The winner of this goes to that second seeding, and we know Team Secret Whales is already first seed, which means if you're first and second, you won't actually verse one another, from what I understand, at the kind of playing area. So you really, really do want to win this one. Both of these teams, they have to know that, but we do see Doggo here just having some fun with the rest of the team. And I do want to call out SOFM. He was dripped as hell. Look at him. He's wearing the MVK jersey. I kind of like that a lot more than like the traditional sort of suits we see. Like, I don't know, it's a bit more relatable. It's a bit more like, yeah, I'm in with the team here, but the band's characters, they're identical. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to play against Pantheon Varus. That's a very ugly combo to play into, so don't blame them for just taking it out. Is Nidalee the first pick? I wonder what we'll be pairing with that one.
Yeah, Nidalee is fascinating, right? Obviously, you've got that long-range poke, like similar to Jace in the flexibility. You can go into melee, you can sit back and chip away. I like it. There's am I a seer? Did I not say I would love to see Doggo on Draven, and he rips it in the 2v2?
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's a side of things to come on the Rift, as that is an interesting one to play into Xerath Volibear. I think CFO have come out on the better side of the 2v2 draft.
Yeah, I definitely like the CC, though, that we have seen with that Xerath, with that Volibear. I mean, they do have 2 stuns in their kit, whereas Draven and Nidalee, they don't have as much hard CC. Yes, they can slow, they can knock you about a little bit, but you're not just sitting there stuck, standing still, you know, waiting for your opponents to collapse on top of you. So both very, very different drafts. CFO predominantly double ranged, whereas MVK, 1 range, 1 melee. And yeah, look at Rest. He's gone with that Ignite. He wants blood, whereas I love this pick for a Volibear, the Snowball, that extra engage.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it does work out, as yeah, Doggo's going to be looking to get those spinning axes in nice and early. There's no real answer to that one until a few more levels come in for MVK.
Yeah, I love it. He just had such fancy feet too. He was right up in Haki's face, dodges the skill shot, gets that spinning axe off, and MVK, they're already at a health disadvantage. And we take a look at the items, Doggo and Rest, they've gone the exact same builds, double Dorans and long swords. Whereas we take a look at the other side, Volley with that tanky Doran shield, Doran's helm, and the ruby crystal, and we see Xerath with the double Doran's rings and the amp tome. So they're one is defensive, one is damage, whereas I think CFO's itemization, it speaks to the aggression that they want to go with here with this duo.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's no point playing defensive when you're on these two. I think MVK, they are waiting for level 6. I think you're just going to try and get Guri jumping forward, but can CFO force anything before then? Because, of course, pressuring the tower, completely legitimate strategy.
Yeah, under pressure, because that is exactly what CFO can do. They can just pressure MVK down. Good snowball there, though. Guri, though, 50% health. I don't think Coward. He wants to take that fight. Yeah, exactly.
You hit the snowball, you follow the snowball. It's like landing a Lee Sin Q. You got to do it.
Yeah, but, like, sometimes you got to not, because when you're 50% health, that's like a one-way trip here. And yeah, you were speaking about win conditions a little bit earlier, actually, and this is the 2v2. This is fighting for the right of first selection here, and the way that you win is your team is either the first to 2 kills, or you take... Oh, yep.
Cool. Just saying, I saw the universes align there. He was so dead.
Yeah, well, CFO, they've got that one kill now, and they're chipping away at the turret, because that's another win condition. First team to kill the enemy turret also wins this one. There's not much Guri can do here. He's forced to fight.
Yep, he's going to have a crack at it. They're going to pull off the tower because they want to win by kills. Don't blame them. CFO will get the right of first selection.
Yeah, look, one of the less explosive, one of the less spectacular 2v2s that we've had here in the LCP. I mean, previously we've seen Garm all in and win in something like 27 seconds. This one, it was a little bit back and forth. It was a little bit more methodical coming out of CFO, really, and seeing Doggo and Rest work together like that was fantastic. It was like, oh, the Nidalee pick is a bit strange, but they just made it work because it was that double range. It was that great long range harass there. It just meant Guri couldn't walk forward, and notably he even landed 2 of those snowballs, Carrix, but he was just like, I'm in no position to follow up here.
Yeah, exactly. It was an interesting pick, to say the least. I don't think they really had much game into the Nidalee Draven once it came out, but let's focus on the real game, because we are just moments away from heading into our first draft.
Yeah, I like first drafts, I like second drafts, I like all drafts, because it means we're about to get ready for League of Legends and find out who goes with first and second pick, and find out who goes with what side. I really think if MVK is allowed to choose, that they'll go with that red side. They absolutely love red side. They're that early jungle objective, hyper aggression team. And CFO, I think traditionally, they're definitely more the kind of blue side team as well. They definitely have a higher win rate on that one, something like an 80% win rate on blue side, so it wouldn't surprise me if they kind of opt for that angle, and it will be interesting to see which way it comes out on the picks. Do you have a preference for which team goes for what pick here, Carrix?
Well, I at the moment think second pick is really strong. I think being able to get counter matchups is really important. I think not having to reveal where everything's going if you do pick more of these mages, more of these flexible drafts. We've seen drafts where until the last pick comes in, you just had absolutely no idea where any champion was going. Makes it impossible to draft on the other side. So if it was me, I'm always taking second pick.
Yeah, and I really do think that second pick, I mean, you've justified it, you've made a case for it so many times, you've made me a believer for sure, but the thing is, with that first pick, right, if you do pick that mage right now, you don't really know where that mage could potentially go, so it kind of throws a spanner in the works of those second pickers, right? You're like, is that going mid? Is that going bot? Or do we just stick to our own game plan and pick up the strong members that we want in our own lanes and deal with it after it's all locked in, you know what I mean? So second pick, good. First pick, dare I say, as good, depending on your strategy. But I like red side for MVK, and I like blue side for CFO, and I just hope that's the way they've gone.
Yeah, we will have to see. The draft is not far away. I think in particular for CFO, getting Rest a counter matchup can be really strong. Rest is obviously a long-standing veteran of the scene. Getting him the ability to pick his matchup is really good. Of course, if you go first, you can get him something like Rumble, but I think you can just ban that out as well. So I think it just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, like I really like that we're talking about these matchups, right? So like we've got Kratos here on the top side. He's been a previous, I think it was week 2, he was LCP MVP top lane with that team of the week, maybe even week 3 more recently. And he's played those champions like that that Ambessa, that Jace, which are very traditional champions. That's what we expect to see. But he's also taken Varus into the top lane. I don't know if we'll see that here tonight. I genuinely think we're probably going to get maybe that Olaf, that potentially Rumble coming out of Rest on the top side of CFO. Do you think we'll see that sort of Rumble Cassante matchup here tonight?
I think Rumble Cassante has fallen out of favor. I don't think Cassante is the default pick into Rumble anymore. We've seen people more going towards the Ambessa, and I think that makes a lot of sense. The problem with Rumble Cassante is you're relegating the Cassante to just surviving lane and then just kind of being a mid-level tank for the rest of the game. I actually prefer when teams pick Cassante into strong lanes. Cassante can carry your team. Yes, he's a tank. He's not a traditional carry, but he can take over. I think it's a huge waste if you pick him, you fearless him out, just to be like, oh, well, he'll go 15 CS down to Rumble, but he won't die.
I mean, we literally saw Cassante carrying a game just last night between Relove DCG and Garm Esports. Like, we know it's doable. We know that he's very, very strong. When he hits that all out, his damage just spikes. And I think people forget and they don't respect that enough because, yeah, you're so right. Cassante can be a very, very aggressive top laner. He can also stand tall in the face of a lot of damage before he goes down himself, creating that space, creating that zoning. But we were talking about a featured matchup a little bit earlier, Carrick. We were talking about Doggo versus Haki. Now, both of these guys, they love Ezreal. But one of the big differences I see here, right, is Doggo loves Lucian, whereas Haki, he hasn't really played him that much. Do you think CFO, they're going to try and get Doggo onto that Lucian earlier or later?
I think it's a later draft thing. That Lucian is almost pretty much, it's a Lucian. You don't just pick Lucian, you pick Lucian Milio. You always pick both. I don't think you need to burn that early in draft. You might see a ban thrown towards it, particularly in second stage bans. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that from MVK. I don't think you want to give Doggo that. He's so aggressive as a player. His micro is so on point. With that champion, with Emilio behind him, it makes things really hard. So probably not a game 1 pick. I don't think he's that high prio, but game 2, game 3, and onwards. I mean, both of us, I said this goes to 4, you said this goes to 5. Over the course of a series that long, Lucian will play into it.
Yeah, definitely. My personal thought is it'll be a sort of game 3 pick up that Lucian, but it'll be interesting to see if it's going to be that Lucian Milio, whether it's banned away and it's a Lucian on its own, because obviously when you ban one, you kind of soft ban the other, as you like to say there, and other pairings that you can soft ban away, right? You've got that dynamic duo of Misfortune and Rel. You ban one, you almost take away the other, but a support that's kind of come up this split is Nautilus, and I feel like Nautilus is just generally always a strong support pick with those long range engages, right? Into those sort of double range duos. He's got the tankiness, he's got the engage tools, he's got that, just CC with him in his kit.
Yeah, I mean, Nautilus, he does what he does. He clicks on guys, he throws hooks, he fits in every team comp, he's never bad. And he's just, because he's not so specialized, you can always pick him early in a draft and not really give anything away. But we are into the draft, the bans. Jace, Ezreal, Shen, Nocturne, Lee Sin, Poppy. Love that. I don't think Poppy should be getting through until game 5.
Yeah, but I do want to point out that Camille is not banned as well, and that means Shen can't follow. Shen has risen as like the #1 kind of counter to that Camille in that bot side. So interesting. We'll see if it does get picked up, but as you say, Poppy banned away. Poppy will be getting a nerf in 26.16. They're trying to refocus her as kind of like a tanky support on that bot side, as Cassiopeia slammed by MVK for Chica, and I really do like that for a first pick. That's a statement pick. It's a very, very strong pick in that mid lane. It's going to force CFO to have to play around that Cassiopeia. That Miasma will be able to lock up already. Will actually be able to do a lot of work into Camille and Nefiri, but they've slammed them anyway because they're such high prio picks. They're so powerful here, Carrix.
Yeah, and but giving up the Cassiopeia, I think, is really scary. This Nasus hover is not a troll, by the way. He may not pick it, but this is actually something that has been emerging. It actually had to get nerfed because of how strong jungle Nasus has been, but they go for the Rel instead. This is once again just a pick that shows nothing. It's obviously support, but Rel fits into any team comp. You can be paired alongside the Cassiopeia. It can be paired alongside a more traditional ADC. And they just pick the Wukong as well, so MVK not super interested in hiding picks.
Yeah, I do like this. They've come in with a game plan and they are slamming their locks in. They do not care. So, I mean, they've got their jungler, Rel as their support, Cassiopeia could be mid, could be bot, but I have to imagine that is a mid lane Cassiopeia here we see before us. And likewise, CFO, they've got their support, they've got their jungler, and they have their mid laners. So all sort of equal picks across both sides, and we do go into that second round of bans. I will be interested to see though if Nocturne even hits the Rift here tonight, Carrix, because Nocturne, the poor bugger, has one of the single highest ban rates here in the LCP. I can't even recall the last time he was picked. In fact, globally, he only has a win rate of 41%, but he's one of the highest banned at 813 bans. The next closest ban globally, Poppy, 734.
Yeah, Nocturne just warps the game around him. You basically can't play side lanes because any 1v1 almost immediately turns into a 2v1. You can't ward against him. You can't just shadow. So not surprised to see him being so constantly banned out. Rumble lock removed. I like getting rid of Rumble. You don't want to give Rest a really strong pick here. Wonder where we're reading the Cassiopeia is going. I think they're obviously reading it as a bot laner, given that they're still banning lock.
Yeah, I mean, you want to take away those AP mid laners, those powerful mages, and even if you, like, if you target those bans, you force them onto AD carries in that bot side if you do take away those mages, if that's part of the game plan. But I have to imagine that, yeah, I feel like MVK, because of that cast pick, they're going to be able to rotate that cast up to the mid and then pick a traditional AD in the bot lane. I think Haki will be happy with that. Ezreal is still open, has the mobility to escape anything that Camille wants to do, as they ban away Vayne, which tells me they want to get Gnar on that top side for Kratos.
Yeah, I think that does make a lot of sense. Vayne obviously is that big Gnar counter, and Kratos has played it well. Also, just getting rid of Gnar in game one, you get a good matchup for it, and you take it away from Rest for 4 games. Seems like a pretty good deal, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, we love good deals here. As I was watching that volley hover and I was like, come on, Rest, you know you want to be that guy, but they lock in Olaf, and now Olaf has really risen in priority of late, has been played in many LCP games, Carrix. It's kind of like emerging as a big answer to like a lot of these mages that are present on the Rift that much more, right? Because normally he's good into mages, but when there's like 4 of them on the Rift, he's even better. He gets more value because of that Ragnarok. He can't be stopped. He just runs you down. You're so immobile, and he gets so much value. We actually saw Florin play him fantastically last night. He even got him ahead at one stage, but there's a hen locked in for Kratos on that top side in response, and I kind of like Corki.
Yeah, I like Corki. I think this is has been rising in priority. He does do a huge amount of damage. Something he plays similarly to the mages, not quite to the same extent as Ezreal and Jhin do. As I mean, we just have traditional ADCs, Mage Metal, who's that? And what I really like about this Corki pickup is they clearly saw, oh, you just did 2 mid lane bans. Okay, fine. The Cassiopeia can just go mid.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about, right? It's like you ban those mid laners and great, well, we've already got our mid laner. You just haven't banned any of our AD carries. So now we get priority pick on our favorite. And Haki locks in that Corki. And we have seen him on it once before here in the LCP in Split 3. He did win on it that one time. So, you know, don't want to brag or anything on behalf of Haki here, Carrix, but he does have a 100% win rate on that Corki. CFO, you need to be respectful.
That they do. That they do. Corki, he's one of those champions that I think has been slipping under the radar. A lot of people don't think super highly of him, but when you actually watch it in game, the damage is frankly a little bit worrying.
Oh, sometimes it's alarming when he hits that R as well as the Q, like just all of it. The Foss Bomb, the Valkyrie, the R, like it's just suddenly there goes 60, 70, 80% of your health and you're like, whoa, hold up. Where'd that go? I was healthy a second ago. And even if he doesn't kill you, you can't contest in these fights. And sometimes that's all you need to do. Just get yourself a numbers advantage, whether that's by removing them from the rift or pushing them that far away that they cannot contest. But Carrix, enough about what might be. We are on Summoner's Rift for game 1 of tonight's best of 5 series between CFO and MVK. Winner will lock in 2nd seed for themselves and they won't go up against Team Secret Wales. Loser, whew, has to go up against the Boogeyman.
No one wants that. No one wants to have their hope for the postseason depend on beating Team Secret Wales, a feat no one has managed in a long time here in the LCP.
Oh, Haki, come on, mate. Put a skin on. Be like the rest of us, please. Like, I love Petals of Spring Camille. Just a fantastic skin. I love how, like, it really matches kind of her side-to-side kind of walk here. But I do love this Sivir pick for Doggo too, right? Doggo, absolutely no slouch on this Sivir. And I love the wave clear that Sivir brings. The spell shield as well. That protection will be able to weather the storm, survive a little bit more of what Haki and Chica want to throw in Doggo's face, even Guri, because I'll be looking at Guri in this jungle to make some plays happen with that Cyclone around that level 6.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Of course, the one downside of Sivir is you can't actually spell shield all of the Wukong, but you can spell shield things like the Foss Bomb, so it's great for lane. It will be interesting to see how Doggo plays the team fights, because you block the first tick of Cyclone and then the second tick knocks you up. So still does need to play very safe. Is still very short range as Chica finds a good trade. This is part of why Cassiopeia has been so highly prized. She is just dominant against the immobile mages in mid lane.
Yeah, so she's so fast. She just gets such strong early trading patterns into their opponent mid laners. Great knock up there from Kratos. Does have to be careful though. Rest turning back around. Good trade in favor of Kratos. And Rest, he has popped that healing potion. So there's that Doran's Blade. So Rest has gone with that sort of attack damage. And Kratos with the Doran's Shield has gone for that survivability, that sustain.
Kratos finding the knock up there. Very important as without that knock up, he is dead. He has to be really careful. Rest could almost flash on him.
Yeah, they both need to be careful here. Oh, the level up might have just... Yeah, I really think that is what pushed Kratos back. But I almost think Kratos is playing to keep Rest around because you look at... Oh, no, they've called it off. I was going to say, Guri's in that topside jungle. He's just finished his clear. He could have made a move here, but instead he does take that recall. He's got his longsword and the ruby crystal, so he's a little healthier. He's got a little bit more damage, and he's back on to the rift as these top laners. They're going at it again.
No. Kratos will find first blood, but can he find his way out? Kino is here, as is Shadow. He'll accept his death, but you take that. A 3v1 and you get a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, that committed a lot of resources from CFO onto that top side. Yes, the first blood does go over to Kratos, though, so he gets that bonus here. It just flash forward into the auto, into the knock-up. CFO, though, they were here, so they're able to get that one back and even the score, but I feel like Rest was maybe playing a little bit too close, a little bit disrespectfully. Oh, Kino, you need to be careful here, buddy.
He's all right. He's backed up. He's got friends around. MVK don't want to overcommit onto a Camille. Not in the early game. Not when that passive is blocking so much of your damage.
Yeah, definitely. I kind of like Kino on this Camille. He loves to ignite. Whenever it's off cooldown, he just ignites someone. He's like, yep, cool, have that ignite. And then has that vision control. The team is able to follow up. As Chica forced to run away here, Kino in the mid lane, poking Shulong. Nothing much will come of that. But it is 40 seconds until the first Drake of the game. So Pout getting this priority in that mid lane, I almost fear he got it a little too early, because Chica will be able to get back out on the Rift and bounce the wave that will crash under his turret, as Shulong gonna try and catch this, try and prevent that loss of experience, that loss of gold for Chica. And Pout's doing really, really well into the face of this Cassiopeia here, Carrix, as we do see, like, I love this. The level 2, Shulong and Kino, gone. They're just out of the lane. They're like, you know what, ADs? You're on your own.
Yeah, that is the state of bot lane at the moment. You say goodbye to your support, and they don't come home until the holidays. And the holiday apparently is a little bit of a fight, as Kino's not going to press that one. You don't want to fight the Camille early. Early on, support Camille is just a top laner. Top laners win those fights. So just go back to just that farm state in the bot lane. Those supports will probably get resets, help their ADCs find resets of their own, and then be straight back out on the map.
Yeah, exactly. That Drake has spawned. There is no vision around it. I do love it when the observers toggle around that vision control, and like it's like, haha, surprise! Or you actually do notice just how bare, just how barren the Rift is of that vision control in these early phases of the game. Because that Drake, it's up, but there's only one pink ward from MVK there in that river. Doggo getting some fantastic chip damage here onto MVK. They need to be careful. Kino lurking.
Ooh. Using these abilities here, a little bit dangerous, as Kino is still here. He's going to try and interrupt the base, does that successfully, but now they're going to try and engage on him. But the hook shot, don't care if he gets stunned, buffers it perfectly.
Cheeky little emote as well. I love it. Kino waited till the last possible second.
Fight on the top side. Grim Deliverance being traded for the Ragnarok. He does get to safety.
Ooh, Shadow is in the area though. I don't think he should go for this.
Shadow is level 6, has an easy engage. There's no passive stacks, but the recall's too far along. They're not going to be able to keep him in lane. But this is such a massive wave to crash. It is a cannon wave, so it won't all die. No, he does. He cancels the back. All right. Good read there by Kratos. He weren't allowed to back there.
Yeah, no, he had to stay to catch that wave. That was just too much experience, too much gold to give up. So he sticks around, but Shadow had already recalled. Oh, Shulong just missing the recall there from Doggo. That would have been a great interrupt. But we were talking about it earlier. Kino was lurking in those bushes and got a great interrupt on Haki and Shulong, just slowing their tempo, preventing them from getting back to base and taking up their buys. We see there's a couple of flashes there on the side of MVK. Looks like they might be going for those Triforces, that sheen onto Kratos for that extra bit of damage. But Shadow, 2 long swords and that lethality item. So he's starting to build towards that Cycler Sword 2, a little bit of extra AoE. But we do see a BF sword on the side of Doggo here, and the gold lead, well, it's negligible so far, Carrix. It's only 200 gold, and the grubs are up in 20 seconds, and the Drake is still alive, but we do see Shadow lurking in the area.
Yeah, the junglers so far have actually been very quiet. No early ganks, no real early scuffles. It's just been hard farming and trading at the moment. We do see Shadow's actually built a pretty significant lead. He's still got an entire side of his jungle to farm, so should be able to press himself reasonably far ahead of Guri when he goes to claim those camps.
Yeah, I mean, he's just hit that level 7 as well, so same level as Guri when the fight does break out. Shulong, though, was shadowing Shadow, funnily enough, around that Drake, and we do see the pings rest in the area. The top laner of CFO having rotated now, and Haki spots him out, so now they have that information, right? They know where pretty much every member of CFO is, but I like this call from Shadow. He's gone for these grubs here, as Kino's just poking Kratos away, saying, no, you don't get these grubs, and that's it. Plain and simple. Shadow secures 3 grubs, the first jungle objective of the game, and this will unlock CFO's sieging ability, but will Guri get the Drake? He has started it up. Good response.
Yeah, and look, there's still a lot of debate over who is favored when these trades happen, whether the grubs are a little bit cosmetic or not. I tend to lean on the side of if you have a really strong side laner, you're actually pretty happy with it. They have an Olaf who's happy to sit in the side lane most of the game, just trading back and forth with Kratos. And if you just take down those towers a little bit faster, you do get a fair bit of value. Sulong not committing to that Hex Flash over the wall. They can't clear the ward either, so Kino just kind of mogs him a little bit.
I love the idea of getting mogged by a Camille as well. And you know what? This is kind of what you get for having inferior skins, right? Like that Camille, superior skin to that Rel. And this is what happens. You just get taken out in these games. There's this little scuffle for vision control as value at goes down between Sulong and Kino. Kino winning that kind of 1v1 matchup there, if you will, Carrickson. And again, these ADs just left to their own devices in that bot lane matchup. Nothing much of anything really to write home about has happened here. It's just one kill to both sides, grubs to CFO, Drake to MVK. It feels like both of these teams are quite happy just to farm.
Yeah, so far, no early action really. There was just that scuffle in the top lane where both kills happened. Everywhere else across the map, it's fairly even. It's really just plate difference in the bot lane and just a little bit of farm in the jungle, something we would expect. Neferi, a very, very fast jungle farmer. It is a little bit worrying that every time we look at this bot lane, it is just Haki being shoved in. It is somewhat the nature of the matchup. Sivir with those ricochets takes waves unbelievably quickly, but still wouldn't mind a little bit of pressure being put on Doggo. I just don't think this is a player that you can just let chill and farm.
Yeah, I mean, his cull's already down to 18 stacks, so he is farming quite well. And I do love the cleanse on Doggo's Sivir there, that extra angle of protection, Shadow in the area.
Yeah, they're going to go in onto Chica, but a Petrifying Gaze will get him to safety. Doesn't even burn the flash. Well played there.
Yeah, and that's the danger of going in as a Neferi onto that Cassiopeia is, yeah, you just get Petrifying Gaze on your way in and you're just stuck there, right? Like mid-air, you didn't even get to like land and do the damage, so it's...
Kratos wants to make this fight happen, going for a Grim Deliverance. He's very close to getting his passive stacks, but it's Guri that's under attack first. Chica coming in, dealing a huge amount of damage. Guri managing to escape as well. This is all going MVK's way. Kratos should find another one. Doggo kills Guri on the backside of the fight, but MVK can turn around. Doggo with a frame one that cleanse. Captain Jack is here. Kratos didn't keep the passive up, goes down, and it was that cleanse that turned it around for CFO.
Yeah, Doggo showed up late in the backside of that fight and was just clean with it. Nets himself a kill as well, extending his gold lead in that bot side. But the thing is, the gold, it is dead even across the rift here. It was a 2-for-2 overall in that extended trade. As we take another look at it here, they're fighting for vision control, right? They're just trying to get this Scuttle Crab onto Shadow. Shadow backs away before Kratos goes in. It's 4v3, but Pout's over the wall, so he can't do much at the moment. And then Chica shows up, but there's no Petrifying Gaze, so he's unable to have that really big, impactful ult. I love that Guri thought he got away. He flashed that thumbs up. Doggo clips him, takes him out. As you called, cleanses beautifully, and then MVK have to retreat in the face of the damage that CFO had brought to that fight.
That cleanse was actually kind of unbelievable. Like that was frame one. Yeah, no, that is a really true Captain Jack. We don't see those too often these days.
I would love to see like LCP socials like clip that and do like a slow motion replay and put a timer onto it and just be like, yep, this is how clean Doggo is with it. As we do see the top 2 gold earners across the rift here tonight is Doggo and Shadow. So a lot of gold going over to CFO here as Guri. Yeah, Shadow wins that smite fight too, takes that camp and they retreat.
Yeah, they're going to try and annoy him around the blue buff as well. Won't actually be able to force him off it as he obviously still has his smite. But it's CFO just muscling into the area, setting up vision as we're 30 seconds away from Dragon. I don't think CFO wants to let MVK have both of these early bot side objectives.
Yeah, nah, that's not good. Like you said, 20 seconds until the next Drake of the game, so they need to get vision control, they need to get members in the area, but MVK, they're already there first, and this, again, is part of their playstyle. This, again, is everything that MVK wants to do, right? They go for these jungle objectives hard, fast, early, they build dragon stacking, and they force it as a win con against their opponents. Because if they get the 3 Drakes, right, every 5 minutes, you're on that timer, you're on that clock, you must respond. And speaking of responses, Kratos, good decision to just walk this one away because CFO was in the area.
Sulong doesn't get a chance for a reset here. As in they go, the junglers have immediately started fighting. The Wukong ult committed, takes Kino low, does not quite take him out as Guri does fall. Disaster for MVK. Kratos coming in from the backside, they take out Doggo, who was over-positioned. As Ragnarok is burned, Grim Deliverance forward, Rest has to flash away. 1 for 1, but importantly, the jungler for MVK is down. So despite taking out enemy ADC, they cannot start the objective. In fact, they're going to have to try and trade a tower for it.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the wave, they still had the position, the aggression. Shadow did
spotted.
start that Drake up, but Chica and moving in, MVK has spotted that Drake take, so they drive Shadow away and buy Guri time to get back out onto the Rift. And Guri, he has picked up those steadfast boots, reducing the physical damage he takes, has that Triforce as well, so definitely not to be trifled with, as Kino is just playing so aggressively in the face of this Rel here. And we see it here again. The ward goes down, but Kino bothers Shulong just enough, prevents that recall, but Shulong with that shared experience levels up, so he now has that level advantage. Kino caught out, ults, gets that shield and is able to just walk it off, but Doggo leading the charge is just taken out. Shulong turns around, knocks him up, and Haki knocks him out of the park here. So a great turnaround, a great 1 for 1 there from MVK. And we do take a look at it. MVK, they are first to that second Drake of the game because they know there's 2 members of CFO on this top side. They know they have the numbers advantage. It's as free as you please here, Carrix.
Yeah, this will be an Ocean Drake for them. The dragon stacking going well. And CFO are going to try and trade it for the top tower with this overloading of the top side. I don't think Chica will want to step up, particularly when he sees Kino. Doesn't want to get jumped on, so it should be some gold over to CFO. But of course, the objectives can come back to bite later. And it's not even really a straight trade because MVK are going to get that mid lane tower as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like, MVK, they're doing a bit better in the macro right now. They're in the right places they need to be at the right times. They're contesting for all of these jungle objectives. They're forcing CFO into them. Despite that, CFO have a teeny tiny gold advantage of around 400-500 gold, but that is nothing to be worried about at 17 minutes.
We have another brawl of our top laners. Ultimates being traded. Kratos can't find his way back in onto Wrath, so successfully clears the wave.
Yeah, it's just fantastic. The moment Ragnarok is popped, we just see Grim Deliverance popped, and they break apart, right? It's like a tale as old as time, but CFO, they are first to this Rift Herald. They want this jungle objective. MVK, they're looking for access.
They don't find it, they don't quite have the members in position at time, so Shadow will pick himself up the Rift Herald with the Crystalline Growth built up on the mid lane tower. It won't take it in one shot, but it will get it quite low, so wouldn't be surprised to see that be where that's used, as Chica is going to find himself a dog in the jungle. Don't go near dogs that you find in the jungle. I don't think they'd be very nice.
Yeah, no, typically they're rather wild. And speaking of dogs in the jungle, the item advantage over to Shadow here too, because of that sort of CS difference, because of that kill difference, Shadow has completed that Black Cleaver, whereas we're still waiting for Guri to get his second item now. But I have to believe that he's got a lot of gold in his back pocket because he's only got that long sword and it's been a hot minute since he has taken that recall, going to clear a couple more camps. Looking at the objectives across the Rift though, Baron, 1.5 minutes away. The third Drake of the game, 2 and a bit. So, you know, we're chilling. We're in kind of a lull, a rest here, as Kratos has the single largest gold lead out of anybody here. and is kind of propping MVK up with it.
Yeah, a little bit. He is obviously a real force in the side lane wherever he can be. He has a really good matchup into the Olaf. You can see they just trade ultimates every time. Olaf just can't really kill him, but if Rest ever makes a misstep, the Zehen can absolutely kill him, just because Olaf can't really do anything about that determination passive that gets stacked up. But I think this kind of suits both teams. They both just want to play this one slow. They've got scaling AD carries. They've got scaling mid laners. So farm.
Yeah, it almost feels like this is going to be one of those games where it's going to be really, really quiet until there's one team fight and it's going to be a clean ace over to one side and then they're just going to run straight down mid and end it. Like, we're going to be like, oh, okay, like, why didn't we just do that 10 minutes ago? But that's because of items, it's because of gold. You need to build these things up. You need to get those extra unique utilities. You know, last night we saw we saw a Pike with an Edge of Night, which gave that spell shielding. Whether you see something like that come through, as Chica has locked in that Chovy belt as well, and the Rod of Ages just ticked over to 7 stacks for Chica, so it is online. He will get that level advantage in about 3 minutes time, so Pout has to be careful. They have to play around that. Baron is up, 3rd Drake in 1 minute's time, and we take a quick look at the CS. Rest and Shadow are up. Mid lanes are even, but Haki is up over Doggo, which is where his gold lead comes from. So good to see he's establishing himself along with Kratos as kind of like a win condition that MVK can play around.
The tricky part is Corki is not as much of a win condition as a Sivir is if we're just going to play the really slow game. If this is the 50-minute, 400 CS 80 carry type game, that's just what Sivir wants way more than Corki. Sivir at full build, there is no comparison between these two ADCs. So MVK are on the clock a little bit, 20 seconds towards Dragon. I think they'll want to try and play around this one. If they can get themselves to Soul Point, CFO can't play a passive farming style.
Yeah, exactly. It forces them in, right? CFO obviously want to prevent that 3rd Drake stacking for MVK. MVK want to buy themselves that pressure. They want to buy themselves that timer, which is why CFO is here. They've got the numbers, they've got the vision control, but Shulong is on the backside of that Drake pit. He's getting his own vision control for MVK. It looks like Rest is trying to go for a deep flank though. A lot of wards going down, a lot of pings. Needs to be. That's a level 7 support into a level 14 top laner character. I wouldn't want to be Shulong right now.
Yeah, don't go too close, but I mean, if a Rel can make him pop that Ragnarok just like by landing a cube, landing an ult, it's not a terrible trade. They need to be really careful. As Chica flashes forward, gets the instant one-shot down. MVK have found their fight. They send CFO running to the hills. Rest barely surviving with a shield from Pout. Doggo has a flank, but I don't know if this is the champion you want on the flank. Soul Point has been acquired. CFO are being hunted down and Doggo will fall.
Yeah, I mean, after all of that, though, CFO, they literally only lose Doggo. I do think maybe Kino respawned in that time, which is why MVK are up 4-6 here, but that was a really long extended fight, and it was all kicked off by that fantastic flash petrifying gaze combo from Chica. It caught 2 members of CFO just dead in their tracks, and it bought MVK all the time to get into position to do the damage. Doggo immediately summoned that Battle Herald, was able to kind of get away to that mid lane, get the Rift Herald into it, but then he's just caught out on the wrong side. MVK send 4 members and shut him down. MVK 1.5k gold at 23 minutes, 3 Drakes. They're on Soul Point here. So now every 5 minutes, CFO has to respond to MVK.
Yeah, this is an enormous swing for MVK. The gold itself, it's nothing to write home about. It's only 1,000 gold, 23 minutes. But they're now on Soul Point, as you said. The Herald was used in that fight, and they still haven't actually broken the mid lane tower. It's low, but you still have to put resources into actually breaking that open. MVK just kind of owned the map at the moment. It's going to be really hard for CFO to play into it, and the person I need to see stepping up in some of these fights is Pout. So far, I haven't noticed the shockwave. It was used in last fight. I couldn't tell you who it hit.
Yeah, that's a bit actually a really good point, because I remember the previous replay we were looking at. I think I saw Orianna go for the animation of the shockwave, and I was looking for the players that it hit, and I'm like,
I saw it go on cooldown. I saw it go on cooldown,
exactly.
So something happened, but I didn't see it hit anyone. And where you have Chica flash petrifying gazing, finding these incredible angles, I understand it's not necessarily on the Orianna to play it quite like that. It's more on whoever's carrying the ball. So I'm not trying to dogpile on Powder or anything, but you have this massive engagement tool. You need to use it.
Oh, yeah, you need to use it, and you need to use it to hit at least 2+ members of the opposing team here. Is CFO, they're just chipping away at MVK in this mid as they push for that priority. They want to get these waves shoved down so that they can go for the Baron. CFO, they read the play, though. They're in the area. They don't want to let MVK... Oh, my God.
Yep, there's another fight coming in. There's a shockwave onto 2, but the follow-up wasn't quite close enough as Kino now arrives, desperately trying to take out Haki, but Haki lives. He's not going to live much longer as Rest finds his way into the backside, but they've overextended. They were so desperate to get some value from this play that they threw all of their eggs at the wall, and the wall's kind of dirty, but it didn't fall over.
Yeah, the eggs just went splat, splat, splat. 1, 4, 3. CFO left with only 2 members. So MVK, they take their numbers advantage and they apply it straight on to this Baron. This will be their first Baron of the game. And, you know, they need to be careful. Baron does do a lot of damage, does have that MR and armor shred along with him. They need to be respectful, but great play there from MVK. Haki just escaping from everyone, from everything. Kino very nearly taking him down, but because he didn't, CFO then forced to overcommit, and it starts here. Chica again with that petrifying gaze just locks Doggo down. He's already 50% health, and he's zoned away so far out of this fight, he just can't contribute. And it's already over before Doggo comes back. Kratos and Shulong just find the angle onto that Orianna in the mid lane, shut it down, nothing they can do for it. It was just, I feel like that was almost clinical coming out of them, their characters, because MVK were dancing around CFO. They got the engage, they got the follow-up because CFO overcommitted, like you said, and now they have 5 Baron-empowered members, and they're going to start sieging.
Yeah, that they are. They're going to push this advantage. The gold lead has gone up to 3k. They can just walk into the face of CFO. Sulong does have to burn his summoner spells, but he's got Hex Flash. He doesn't mind losing his flash that much. The tricky part, of course, is all of the outer towers are gone. You have to find a way to the inner towers. But frankly, I don't think that's where they're looking. I think they'll be trying to push the waves out so they can get themselves a soul.
Yeah, I mean, with that dragon coming up in 15 seconds, that will be soul for MVK if CFO are not able to stop them. But MVK, they've got all the tools they need to be able to force these waves in to get all the priority across the rift. CFO doing their best to prevent that. They do have a bit of vision. They've got the numbers here. Kratos on that Zehen needs to be careful. Kino has a deep flank, but it's 5v5 here. TP being committed just to get that big shield to frontline.
And also just repositioning so he doesn't have to move through the team. Really good stuff there by Kratos. Heads up. Petrifying Gaze goes out. Doesn't really find anything. The Ragnarok coming back in as CFO are trying to make this happen. Kratos, the dragon has been secured. Kratos is low. Can they continue this fight? They can. Kino has exploded. It's a massive shockwave, but it's not enough as Haki finds a quadra kill. The Corki, it's a penta. Haki picks up 5.
Yeah, I hear the giggle on the back of that. It's like, heck yeah, you're so right. The shockwave finally got value. It finally found multiple members of MVK, but it was not enough. We see the 5v5 breakout here. Chico whiffs the petrifying gaze. CFO space it beautifully. They then space the ultimate coming out of this Zehen, but they've too little too late. MVK just dive into the faces of CFO, and it is Haki all day long, raining hellfire upon them. Gives the thumbs down emote as he takes that pentakill and is the single highest damage dealer in that fight, which you would kind of expect if you're going to be a pentakilly kind of corky there, Carrix. It's definitely a great turnaround. Has locked in that Guardian Angel. Will now be even harder to take down.
Yeah, this was a massive swing for MVK. They are enormously ahead now. 6,000 gold, a Dragon Soul, an enormous AD carry. I don't know how CFO can get this one back. It would take an absolute miracle as the siege of the towers begins.
Look, I would believe a miracle would be possible if MVK was, in fact, Garm instead, because, you know, Garm, they're kind of their own worst enemies here, but MVK, I'm yet to kind of see that happen with them, right? I'm yet to see them make a massive mistake or kind of throw from a seriously advantageous position, which they currently do find themselves in. I mean, if you have a look at it too, one of the things that CFO are lacking is a true tanky frontline. They can't soak the damage anywhere near as well as MVK can. They've got the Rel, they've got the Zahen, who really is happy to trade to build that passive up. The gold lead, 7k, Mountain Soul for MVK. They've got everything they need to close this game out. It's just going to take a little bit of time. And it looks like Kratos is even going for a GA. As if it's not already hard enough to kill a Zahen. Now he wants to lock in that GA2 character. Like, I like that build. It's got damage, it's got protection. Ooh.
They're all right, they're all right.
You're like, I've seen this before. I know how this works out. Logan, you color casters, you're always so worried about a fight. But CFO, they are responding because now the Elder is on the table, right? Like, MVK, they force the issue. They got all of the Drakes. They got that Mountain Soul. Shadow looking for a play onto Guri as Kratos waiting in the wings. So now it is the Elder in 3 minutes time. And then it's the Baron in 1 minute's time, right? So double massive objectives. MVK, though, they are collapsing on CFO. They want to punish CFO for daring to step out of their jungle because every single wave is pushed in right now. CFO is at a big disadvantage here.
Yeah, CFO are in a really rough spot. Mountain Soul does so much against their composition. The only person with really relevant damage is going to be Doggo. It's so hard for Neferi to burst anyone through shields. The shockwave, it's not irrelevant, but is mitigated by the resistances, by the shields. It just is going to have to be a Doggo carry job as he needs to find a fight where he can get 20, 30 auto attacks off uninterrupted.
Yeah, but good luck because there's no actual tank on CFO's side, right? Like, yeah, Rest can run into the backline, he can buy space, he can buy time, but he can't survive the punchback, right? Like, you go into MVK, they clap back. Oh, great angle from Chica.
Does find her way in. Shadow has to flash over the wall. Doesn't get tagged up. There it is. Guri finds his way into the backside. They eliminate the opposition jungle. They could chase for more, but they don't need to. No jungle, no smite means it's Baron time for MVK, or at least Baron threatening time. They don't even have to really commit to it. They can just force CFO into them. That was a bit of a optimistic petrifying gaze there. Doesn't quite find it.
I still like it though. The ultimate committed to drive Kino away, can't get in for vision, can't try and steal with that hook shot. But I mean, yeah, with Shadow being dead, this is one of the easiest Barons you will find. MVK claimed their second Baron of the game here, and MVK, they just keep extending this gold lead. They just keep asserting their dominance. Chica found a fantastic flank angle, but Shadow had committed into multiple members of MVK and just gets punished, brutally driven away, and enables that Baron take. We come back to live though. Kino low. Looks like he tried to trade into Kratos. Wouldn't want to try and 1v1 a level 19 top laner when I'm in a level 11 support. And speaking of levels, it's nearly 2 level advantage in every single lane except on the AD carries here, Carrix. This is utter domination.
Yeah, frankly, this has just been MVK dismantling CFO. CFO have not really called a shot so far this game. It has really all been MVK. CFO have had some decent micro moments, but in terms of macro, in terms of picking the fights, it's all been MVK. It's going to be them again as Guri goes spinning into the backside, just eliminates Kino. The Camille at this point in the game does not do a huge amount. Chica on the front side, but his team's there to defend him. The damage is good. The Grim has been deliveranced as Kratos will just fall back. Doesn't want to take 2 towers. A quick reset from Chica, but has the teleport, will rejoin at much more higher health. Shadow tries to find his way into the backside, can't do it. Kratos stacking up that passive. He's 1 auto attack away, but the Nexus has been exposed, and MVK just completely blows CFO away here in game 1.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. That is all she wrote. MVK take game 1 in tonight's best of 5 series between CFO and MVK. And I don't think the stats are going to look favorably on CFO here, Carrix. Haki on that Corki, when I last looked at him, probably 2 minutes before the game end, he was 8-1. He had a significant advantage over Doggo on that Sivir. So really well done there by the entire team of MVK. It wasn't like they had any crazy picks. They just drafted relatively normal and they made it work. It looked really, really good. Shulong was matching the roams of Kino fantastically, so it was almost impossible for CFO to kind of like get a numbers advantage in any of these lanes. Then we do take a look at the numbers. There it is. 6 kills to 19. There's Haki, 23.8k. But also, oh my gosh, the Cassiopeia and Zahan. Yeah, okay, a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's an enormous amount of damage, and despite sending all of those bans at mid lane, we just saw Chica just went, okay, I'll take the Cassiopeia, that's fine. He made, in my opinion, the game-breaking play. That flash petrifying gaze around the Dragon Pit was what broke this game open. Of course, Haki then sort of took the reins. Both carries from MVK having incredible games, and if this is, you know, hearkening to what the rest of the series is going to look like, good luck, CFO.
Hearkening? I see what you did there, mate. But we do take a look at these replays, and it's not like CFO weren't without their moments. They did keep the game relatively close until that 18th minute, until that flash petrifying gaze that you so rightfully called out. And, you know, Doggo with that spell shield, with that cleanse, he really was able to get CFO back into that fight after it was almost done here. And I almost think it was the story of Shadow getting caught out quite a lot on this Nefiri, which feels very unusual too, because Nefiri has so much survivability built into her kit. She can go in, she can go back out. But MVK, they were wise to those tricks. They just all in, took this Nefiri out immediately, got the numbers advantage, and away they went. Like, it was a rare day that Shadow was able to contest for a jungle objective.
And this was the fight that I was referencing earlier, where Doggo ended up being hunted down. We can start to see Chica on the front of these fights, making a huge amount of space for the team. It's hard to pick sort of an MVP of game 1 for MVK between Haki and Chica. Despite the pentakill, I actually think Chica was the linchpin.
Yeah, because, I mean, it feels like Haki had one really great fight. Obviously, going with a penta, that means you had a great fight. You were able to play around your team. But I really feel like Chica was instrumental in setting up the team fights, right? He was instrumental in landing those petrifying gazes, in setting his team up, in those miasmas to keep CFO around and let the rest of MVK just rain, just pepper damage down upon them. And it's a team game, Carrix. It's a 5v5 for a reason. You need to play as a team and you win as a team, and that is exactly what MVK did here. So I think you're right. I think it is a tough call between Chica and Haki. Yes, Haki got the penta, so he gets the glory, but I really think Chica was the workhorse in this one.
Yeah, I totally agree. And now the question goes over to CFO, the players and the coaching staff. What do you do in game 2 to stop this scaling juggernaut of MVK that have just been building and building and building over the course of this year?
Yeah, you are so right. And we will find out game 2 right after this break, Carrix, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
This is Amumu. Amumu couldn't figure out what items to buy, so he left his base without them. This is widely regarded as a bad move.
Inevitably.
The Rift is a dangerous place when you're unprepared, so you'll need to stock up on the strongest items Runeterra has to offer. Here's what you should keep in mind when perusing the shopkeeper's wares. If you're heading to the jungle, you'll need to buy the Hunter's Machete and some health potions to survive your first clear. Most other champions do well with some Boots of Speed and health potions to get right into the action. Just remember that you only need one boot item for your build. I know you want to go fast, but you don't get extra movement speed after your first set. So pick the style of boot that works best for you and stick with it. Okay. When buying items, start with what your champion wants to do most. Dealing tons of attack damage, go for Trinity Force or Infinity Edge. Casting powerful magical abilities, Deathfire Grasp and Rod of Ages have you covered. Trying to become an unkillable tank? Sunfire Cape has the health you're looking for. And if you're a jungler, you should probably upgrade your Hunter's Machete into Spirit Stone or a Madrid's item. If you're a support, your budget's going to be pretty tight, so it's important to make the most of each purchase. Items like Heart of Gold and Philosopher's Stone give you extra gold generation, which can make up for all that farm you definitely aren't taking. You'll also want to get items like Sightstone that give you a pool of wards to use instead of having to buy each one individually. Once you've finished building your first item, start thinking about what the enemy team does well and what you need to counter it. For example, Banshee's Veil gives you a spell shield that fully blocks the next enemy ability, making it a perfect answer to champions like Annie who thrive on burst damage. Once you've finished your responsible shopping, feel free to check out some more creative purchases. Niche items like Banner of Command could catch your opponents off guard and shift the game in your favor. You never know until you try, so get out there, experiment, and find the perfect build for your champion and playstyle.
A clever fox is never caught.
Cái chậu chứ nó dễ lắm ha.
And welcome back to the LCP, where we find ourselves after a shellacking in Game 1 by MVK against CFO. And Carrick, you were saying before we went to the break, right? What can CFO do in the face of an in-form MVK? And I'll tell you what it is. Get Doggo on Draven.
I mean, Draven himself is maybe not the pick. I'd love to see it, don't get me wrong, but that champion does really struggle into majors. But what I would really like is just CFO to be on the front foot. I think that was the biggest problem, is they just weren't calling any shots. Like, they caught some of the shots from MVK, but in general, it was always MVK making the first move, even literally from First Blood. First Blood happened because MVK went forward, Kratos got the kill, and then they were able to bring in help and get the kill back. Pretty much every fight was MVK makes the first move, CFO responds. At some point, you have to make the first move.
You were so right. It really felt like CFO was sitting there waiting, watching, commiserating as the game evolved around them. And MVK were the ones who were pushing that evolution. MVK were the ones who were deep sea dwellers, walked on the beach and decided we like the land, evolved multiple limbs and just took over the rift. And CFO were just nowhere to be found. They were the ones who fell by the wayside, and they need to get proactive. They need to bring initiative. They need to be the ones to say, we are the CFO of 2025. You must respect us. Like last weekend, Doggo found his spark. They just need to enable him. They just need to get him online 1, maybe 2 or 3 more times here tonight, Carricks, because MVK, they're looking like they've got all the pieces of this puzzle.
Yeah, it really does look like they have just figured out exactly how they want to play, how they play off each other. I was really not enthused by the early Wukong pick. I was thinking, it's game 1, there's only the Neferi removed, there are so many junglers available. Why are we going to Wukong? Well, silly me, I was wrong. The Wukong was perfect. He knew exactly where he had to be in fights to just make sure that his carries were constantly peeled for.
And that's exactly it, right? Like, yeah, the Wukong is an unusual game 1 pickup, but I really do think he was a fantastic engage tool. He was a fantastic peel tool, and he just gave the rest of his team so much safety, along with that Zahan of Kratos, right? He played that magnificently. I don't think he missed a hook. Every Grim Deliverance got value, whether it landed on someone or just simply zoned CFO away. So I want to see more of that from MVK, but I need to see, like you called out, CFO getting proactive, getting aggressive. MVK, though, banning away that Nautilus, banning away that Lee Sin, taking away some of those aggressive early game tools.
Yeah, exactly. Lee Sin, as you said, taken away. I would be unsurprised to see him riding the ban list for as many games as we play tonight. I don't think you want to let him through for either team. There's that Lucian that we were talking about in the pregame as well, banned out. We're not going to let Doggo go over to that one. Notable ADC still up. Of course, Jhin is still available. That would be the traditional ADC I would expect to be highest priority, especially with Syndra banned out. Not going to be a first pick. I would expect us to try and... what would we be securing with first pick?
Yeah, look, Doggo definitely has not been leaning towards that Jhin. I mean, in Split 3, he's played Misfortune more times than he's played Jhin. He's played Caitlyn more times and he's picked up that Jhin. And Ryze locked in for Chica on the side of MVK. With Jhin not being banned, it almost screams that he kind of has to go on that Jhin here. That said, Caitlyn is up. It could be like a Kate Lux bot lane. But yeah, with that Ryze, I really do like the playmaking that comes through from it, that realm warping, that cross-map pressure that you're able to apply at a moment's notice. And I thought they were going to go with that lock, but they do decide to slam that rumble in.
Saw us for a sec. It's all right. Yeah, the Rumble is locked in. I like that a lot. I think getting Rest onto a really strong pick, he can dominate that lane stage. Also, grabbing Jarvan, a champion that it does not often get through the bans. This is a pretty fantastic 1-2 for CFO.
But, oh, please.
I don't believe it. I'm not reacting until it's locked in. You can keep doing it. It's not happening. It's not happening?
As soon as I saw the Kindred Hover, I'm like, Carrick's, he's gonna love this, but he tempered his excitement. You waited and you were right to wait because they lock in the Vi, that ultimate engage tool, that deep divers. We go for a close-up here on the MVK boys, and they're like, oh, hello, camera, and Mbessa. Now, look, we've been tricked before, but with Vi locked in, that has to be a top lane Mbessa. And this is that matchup we were talking about before we even got into game one, right? It's Mbessa into Rumble now, not Cassante into Rumble. Just able to trade that much more effectively, put a bit more pressure on that Rumble. I like the pick, but Yone for Pout.
Yeah, just kind of throwing down the gauntlet here. This is a good matchup into Ryze. Ryze can really struggle to punish the Yone because of how ineffective Rune Prison is against the Soul Unbound. Can be just completely unstoppable in the side lane. You'll have to send someone else because Mbessa doesn't like going into him. Ryze doesn't like going into him. The only big downside here is that we're about to do a lot of bot lane bans and Doggo hasn't secured anything yet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, sure, let's ban Seraphine away on the side of CFO there, but yeah, that's going to be two more AD. Yeah, but it's going to be two more AD bans. Surely, oh, okay, immediately wrong. They ban Poppy. Just goes to show I know absolutely nothing about Tier 1 competitive League of Legends.
I mean, kind of crazy that Poppy got through, honestly. I would have expected her to be picked up, but I guess just didn't really suit where either team was going. So just removing that in the second round of bans, I think, is pretty free there for MVK. So we just wait. Bard taken out as well, so attacking the support pool at the moment. Kino and Sulong are going to have to dig deep. Shen is still available. It's not only picked into Camille, it is actually just a decent support.
Yeah, definitely. Shen, decent. I've seen the rise of Leona into the face of Camille, but Camille will not be here on that Rift. And with the Poppy ban, definitely not going in that support role. Rel's gone. Oh, Talia. Okay, so they've removed the mage bot laner here. They've banned Talia, they've banned Syndra, so that no mage can go in that bot lane because Cassiopeia is also gone. Victor is still up. Victor has seen appearances in that bot lane as well. Not with Doggo, but you know, there's now as good a time as any to try something new, I suppose. Right now, CFO, they've got a very short-ranged composition, a very dive-heavy composition here. So they... Oh, Kai'Sa! Maybe Doggo goes for Kai'Sa!
I mean, Doggo going for Kai'Sa would be really exciting. Where are we going for the bot lane? Tristana would make some sense. You can sit pretty far back come the late game. In the early game, you are very aggressive as well. I think I am talking myself into really liking this. Yes, yeah, it looks like it's going to be the lock-in. No, it goes back to Kalista at the last second. Okay. A much more aggressive pick and just pair it up with the Renata, the classic pairing.
Yeah, definitely. The Renata, Glask, and into the combo there. Really, really do like this pickup. I was going to say, if they locked in that Tristana, that it was announced that the next Hall of Famer will be Caps, and the legend, the champion that he's gone for, sorry, Riftbound terminology creeping in, is actually Tristana. So, you know, a little bit of shout out there to the Western Goat of Caps of G2 over there in the LEC. But, oh, okay. Doggo's locked in Ziggs. Okay, gonna have excellent wave clear. Gonna be able to siege towers very, very effectively. This is a supremely short-ranged composition here, Carrick's. They need to play this so carefully.
Yeah, it's 4 very, very short-range players, and then Doggo will just be sitting, you know, well back, just being like, oh, my teammates are stinky. I don't want to be close. You guys go ahead. I'll throw a big bomb.
Yeah, exactly. Like, off your trot, I've got a giant bomb, I'm going to clear the wave, and safe as you please. Like, because this is that, you know, we constantly talk about that mage meta, we constantly talk about mages going in that bot lane, but we don't talk enough about level 2 supports, right? Because level 2, level 3, these supports leave lane and they do not come back. Like, that's it. The only time they come back is when it's like a team fight, when they're going to dive the tower, but otherwise it's just perma-roam support, and then it's up to the supports to kind of shadow one another, to match one another, to out-vision control one another, if you will. So there's actually power in picking a support that can fight, that can skirmish, because there's a good chance you're either going to take part in a gank, or you're going to find yourself in a 1v1 with the opposition support here. So I do like these picks. It does tell the tale, and Alistair will protect that Ziggs if ever he's in lane, but he's more likely going to be setting up fantastic team fights here, as we are on Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of tonight's Best of 5 series between MVK and CFO and Kino. Oh, good headbutt.
Yeah, it does just knock them away, but still, Callista is going to find her level 1 damage. There's only so much you can really do about it. And Callista is a pick we haven't really seen in like a very long time.
I mean, 0 wins, 0 losses. It hasn't been picked in the LCP in Split 3, as Pout just walks right up to Chica. Chica just autoing him. That is the T1 Yone, but the Blood Moon Callista just looks so good. And the Admiral Glask with the Sapphire Chroma picked up for Shulong as these bot sides do trade. Those junglers, they've started on opposite sides of the rift. As you know, Vi loves herself a red buff, as does Jay for the Jarvan. Good headbutt there from Kino just to isolate Shulong. They get a little bit of a trade down, but they're unperturbed, our MVK. They still walk forward, and MVK, they've got some good vision control here too. They've got it in the bot side jungle of CFO. They know exactly where Shadow is. They'll know his timings. But likewise, CFO, they spot out Guri.
Still think watching Renata into melee supports is one of the funniest things you can have. Just walks up, just pulls out the Glock, just shoots them. I love Renata. What a champion.
But like legitimately and metaphorically, what a champion, you know. Like, good on you. You just go, oh, you're walking up, bang bang. Pout getting some good trades here into Chica though.
Yeah, Sulong has been knocked under the tower somehow, so it does have to burn the flash. I can kind of piece together what happened there, because Kino's flash is also on cooldown. So I think it might have been a flash headbutt, but
yeah,
he's all right.
Yeah, you're so right. The classic combo, the Alistair, the setup, knock you under that tower. Either there was no wave under it or had the aggro. It flashes in response. So now, flash burnt for Shulong, which means the next time Kino is able to land and engage on to Shulong, it will be lights out. But because Kino does no longer have that flash, it will be less explosive. Still has the Hex Flash. We'll be able to get some good flank angles as Shadow shows up in the mid lane here. Cool.
Just kind of poking Chica here, just making sure he can't really cleanly shove this in while Pout was TPing back, as Chica does actually have to flash. Ooh, barely survives that soul unbound. So in the end, the flash is burned regardless, but Guri is coming into the bot lane. Doggo incredibly low on mana. He's going to struggle to clear the wave. They're just focusing down onto the Ziggs. Sulong will die, but he'll get into the bailout. Goes down regardless. Guri has to find this kill, or this is a complete disaster. Oh, it's going so wrong here, Logan. Guri incredibly low. They could just keep chasing him. They're going to. Oh, it couldn't go worse.
I love the kind of like Kino just standing there, leaving it for Doggo. They clean up this bot side fight. 2-0 into the pockets of Doggo on this Ziggs. That is not what you want. An accelerated Ziggs. In here we see it again. Shulong less than 50% health before he just walks up, takes turret aggro. The bailout not enough to keep him alive. Kino knocks Haki away, so he's not there to provide that follow-up damage. And then this is the support of your dreams. Kino put his body, his healthy body, directly between Guri and Doggo. There was no way for Guri to find an angle, which is why he had to back away. Kino then activates the stun and sets him up for Doggo to knock him down.
Yeah, now Chica burned down. Well, a little bit different from game one. CFO, they're on the front foot and it is working.
Well, I mean, are they though, right? Because MVK were the ones who decided to go for that bot lane dive. It was them who pulled the trigger on this 3v2. They were just punished so effectively. And then CFO followed up on Chica on that mid lane roam. Oh, Doggo, you need to be so careful. So it was a good response from them, but it's still only matching MVK's aggression. They're just punishing it better. Ooh, Doggo. Good satchel.
And I mean, the absolute worst thing here is Doggo's got blue buff. He's a Ziggs with infinite mana. Like, he just will be able to farm this forever. Kino can just walk around, set vision up wherever they like. There's no real kill threat. He's now got... he's level 5 already. He'll almost one-shot waves with a satchel minefield. I think this is a real disaster here for MVK. The only point of pressure they really could have had on the map was playing around bot side, and now you can't.
Yeah, definitely. He's just too accelerated. He's got 600 gold over Haki. CFO, they've blown their gold lead out to 1.7k here as the first Drake hasn't even been looked at. Isn't even being looked at. As Doggo, he gets his vision down, right? Because guess what? Alistair on the roam. He's like, you're accelerated enough now. You can manage this lane all on your own. I'm going for a walk over yonder. He clears out that ward and... oh, he was taking a recall. Does have Hex Flash.
Yeah, they're going to try and find their way in. There is a Soul Unbound down, so the damage is good. Chica, no hope.
Kino with 100% kill participation. Hex flashes over the wall, gets the aggro from the turret immediately, keeping the rest of his team safe as he gets that pulverized headbutt combo onto Chica and delivers him into the clutches of that Yone, of that J4. Nothing Chica could do. They are taking maximum advantage here of that flashless rise in that mid lane. They are setting Doggo and Pout up for success. And CFO, they're going to take this first Drake of the game. This is almost a completely different CFO from what we saw in game 1, Carrick's. It's like, yeah, they went into that coach's room and they came out just immediately better.
Yeah, I mean, this is about as well as an early game can go. You're 7 minutes in, you're up 2,000 gold. The gold is in all the right places as well. It's a Yone, it's a Ziggs, it's a Rumble. There is a Realm Warp coming up. We're going under the tower again. This time we have a few more tools, but look who's here. Kino trying to save the play. This time can't quite do it. There's a collapse in from Pout. Oh, Guri does sidestep that first bit of damage from the Yone, but has to try and find more ways out. He can't do it. Kratos was locked up, but they don't bother following up. It's just a 1-for-1 overall.
Yeah, Kino in the right place at the right time, but was unfortunately unable to prevent Rest from dying. He did try, though. Pout missing with his ult, but it was a gap closer. It got him the distance he needed to be able to chase Guri down. MVK, they're on the board. They take down Rest with a massively overloaded topside dive. Here it is, kicked off with this Realm Warp. 3v1, ult into ult, just melts like butter. But Kino, he just had a read. He just was in the area. He knew Pout rotated so fast and is able to get that one back, making it, dare I say, an unsuccessful commitment out of MVK. They committed a lot to get that one, but now we're back to live. It is the grubs here, and MVK are just gonna let them go. CFO brought everyone. They really wanted this jungle objective, and it's 3 minutes till the next Drake, so it's not like MVK can just trade something back here. I really like this timing. CFO, they're running the riff right now, Carrick's. They are reinvigorated.
Yeah, 100% they are. They just have taken game 1 on the chin. It's only served to invigorate them. 100% agree. As, I mean, the only saving grace here for MVK is it wasn't the earliest dragon possible, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, we've been seeing these differences creep into LCP Split 3. It's some junglers or teams even, they're literally more than happy to wait until both jungle objectives are up, right? So they force the decision point as Kino, you're not as stealthy as you think, mate. They know you're coming. There's a ward there, but They don't know Shadow's in the area. This could be something. Good work by the observers there, but it will peter out as they clearly spot Kino, and Kino does have to make moves. But here's the thing. Where is Shulong? Kino has been everywhere on this map. He's been impacting every single lane, but it just feels like Shulong hasn't even left bot lane. There's a couple of wards, sure, but he's just not having any impact right now as Guri visiting this bot lane.
This is why we don't pick ADCs.
Yeah.
Because our support actually has to stay with our Kalista, while Ziggs, he's fine. He doesn't care. Even, okay, obviously this is best case scenario Ziggs, where he got an early double kill and a blue buff delivered to him. But even without the best case scenario, this is why the mage ADCs have been doing so well. Because you just leave them and they don't care. They farm with their spells. They farm from long range. Meanwhile, if MVK wants to hit the wave, he has to be in auto attack range.
Yeah, I mean, Doggo even has that Ludens completed, so his damage is starting to accelerate. It's starting to come online. Haki probably about halfway to his first item, so that gold diff very, very telling. 1.1k. CFO now 2.7, and Guri will be spotted on this ward. Pout playing very carefully, very respectfully of the fact that there is a Vi. Does go forward for Chica though, but is just able to pull that one back. And I mean, this one feels a bit more explosive than game one so far, right? Carrick's like, Kino has just been able to have so... It's like he's unlocked. He's just had so much more impact this game than he did in game one. He's been setting up every other lane for success, getting them ahead, which puts them in a stronger position. Oh my gosh, Rest is just...
Kratos.
Oh, careful.
Guri is here. We'll use the ultimate followed up with the public execution, but they're fighting on top of an equalizer. Kratos going low. Can they find Rest before he gets to the safety of his tower? They can't, so Guri's going to have to just trade 1 for 1.
I mean, that's the best case scenario for Rest. He's got to be happy with that. Getting 1 for 1, but it was a 2 for 1, and they weren't even near the turret, right? Great equalizer under his feet to punish that Ambessa, punish that Vi, because they're both melee champions. They need to get in melee range and get right underneath him. So I like that play. I like the trade back. All
gone.
Is not lost, and that bot side turret dies to that Ziggs. First turret bounty going over to CFO as well. And they're already on the next Drake.
Yeah, they're just going to move straight to it. They don't want to let this game go long. They want to give as little opportunity for a comeback from MVK as possible. When you're already 3,500 gold ahead, the comeback opportunity is few and far between. Let's have a look at this top lane play again, because even though this is technically a winning play, it doesn't look like it. Oh, hang on.
I mean, Rest
just... We have a Realm Warp coming in as Rest. They're going back to Old Faithful, and this time it goes a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely good heads-up play there. I do like that Rest saw the 3v1 and was like, well, this is futile. Tries to clear the wave. Unfortunately, not able to get too much done here. And MVK, I think they found a pressure point that they can play around. Kino, though, aggressing forward, trying to keep Kratos in play.
Ooh, this is a knockback. Kratos in trouble, managing to sidestep a lot of the damage from Pout, but it doesn't matter how much he sidestep, particularly when a J4 arrives. He's trying to trade back. He cannot do it. That is Pout now 3-0. The Yone is fully online.
Yeah, that Blade of the Ruined King, that's so much sustain and healing. Shadow needs to be careful, has been found. He's able to flag and drag away. That is a J4, but yeah, as you say, that upgraded Berserker Greaves, that Blade of the Ruined King, 3-0. That Yone is very much accelerated. Doggo, 2-0.
Oh, and they found Haki as well. He's going to try and hop, skip, and jump his way out of there, but you can't hop, skip, and jump your way through a minefield. I mean, is there a mercy rule? Can we wrap this one up and just get to game 3?
I mean, they're going to need to, like, I don't know, vote Kino off the rift somehow. Yeah, because he's just setting everyone up. He sees MVK, he goes MVK, and CFO win off the back of every fight he's involved in. He's been in 6 of the 8 kills. He's the most kill participatingest member of CFO right now. If Kino's in the fight, CFO are winning it. They have massive CS advantages in almost every lane except that top side where Kratos is able to eke out that lead, does have those 2 kills as well, but it's not like he was winning solo in that lane. They've had to dive rest multiple times. They've committed resources multiple times, which means CFO has been left to crack open the turrets on the other side of the rift. So, yeah, Kratos is being helped, but it's sacrificing the rest of the map.
And we're going again. Equalizer dropped. Guri left alone. They're even calling in a teleport just to make sure. This is getting a little ugly.
I mean, look, let's take a step back. It's 9-3, so there's only 6 kills in it. 4.8k at 15 minutes, I will admit, is a bit of a lead. Pout does need to be careful, but we go to a replay here and we see how this was called out. Guri firmly wedges himself between 2 members of CFO. Like, he just walks up into no vision, sees Shadow, sees the rest and goes, oh, I better back away. And they just pull the trigger. That snap call, right? That mentality, that winning, ruthless killer instinct coming through there from Shadow, just able to shut Guri down. Guri not having the best game. They're just keeping him out of the jungle. He's 1-4 right now. He's only completed his Sundered Sky. He's not even close to his next item.
They're going to try and get onto Doggo. Can they find this last little bit of damage? They do, but now the re-engage is coming. Good Renata ultimate should stop things for now. There's a public execution getting a lot of damage, but it's only onto Kino, who has that unbreakable will. Not going to fall very easily, and here comes Rest. Joining the fight just a little bit late to add a little bit more damage. Guri will fall. It's 1-for-1.
Yeah, but MVK looked really good in that fight too, Carrix. Like, I was watching that and they looked healthy. They looked like they were doing a lot of damage. It took CFO delaying. Like, they had to kite it out. They had to delay. They had to bait MVK back in and buy time for Rest until he was able to get there. They get the one back onto Guri, and right now, Guri's not worth much at all. Like, he's barely worth the trouble to kill. As Shadow does go for this free Rift Herald while Guri is dead, so, you know, smart heads-up play there, but it didn't look overly good there for CFO in what initially was an equal play fight in this mid lane. Here it starts as a 2v2. The Realm Warp, though, committed because they see that Doggo is out of place. 4v1. Doggo does his best to buy time, and then it's 3v4. Fate Sealed connecting onto Kratos. An excellent ult, as you said, zoning all of CFO away, buying space, buying time for the rest of MVK, and because they've got more range than CFO, they're just able to chip away at them, prevent them from coming back in, and it takes Pout on this Yone dashing forward to get something back.
Yeah, I mean, despite all of the good plays there from MVK, they still lose a 4v5. In the end, so not the best at all. Guri is going to desperately try and make something happen here. They find their way onto Doggo, but there's just a complete collapse coming in. It's a massive cataclysm into the Mega Inferno Bomb. The Dragon has been secured, actually by MVK, so the smallest of silver linings, as Guri will be found by Shadow, slowly just hitting him with the pool noodle. The Rumble ult over the wall makes it a little bit easier, as eventually I get to stop play by playing because Guri admits that he's dead. There we go, finally.
I did love the Battle Herald from Doggo, though. He was going low, he was being targeted, and he just jumped into the Rift Herald and was kept safe. Like, this is an innovation that we're seeing more and more and more, is this Battle Herald. And I like the priority that teams are placing on going for it, especially dropping it around the team fight, as we do see it here. The flash forward from Guri, so flash R onto Doggo. Guri finds his way back onto him, but that's when Doggo goes in the Battle Herald. He then is able to pilot that one up to that mid-tier 1 and start working on that. After securing a double kill of his own, Doggo is now 5-1. Doggo is now 2.7k of CFO's 6.3k gold lead. He's a menace.
Yeah, he is a little bit ridiculous. It turns out, don't give 2 kills on the tower with a blue buff at like 5 minutes. It's not good for your team's health. I mean, this was a really out there draft by MVK. The top side made sense, but then they went for this Kalista Renata. It's a good combination. It makes sense. You throw the Renata in with the Kalista ult. She uses that hostile takeover. It's like really good CC, but it's not picks we've seen anytime recently, as Shadow is just pushing Guri out of his jungle. They'll throw a bomb on top of it. So props for experimentation, but the kitchen smells like smoke.
They need a wet blanket to dampen that fire, because it is starting to rage as they suffocate MVK out of this one. They take that bot side tier 2. They turn their attention to that mid lane tier 2. And MVK, they haven't got a single turret yet. They might be just about to take that top side tier 1 and start to get some access to the map, but they sacrifice their mid tier 2 for it, as CFO just prevents overwhelming might, and there is no response from MVK. They back away though. They're starting to fill MVK's jungle with vision, because the next play should be around this Baron pit. He did just spawn 20 seconds ago here, Carrix, and if we take a look at those items, Doggo has that Shadow Flame. So Luden's Shadow Flame, 360 mana tier stacks, and the arm guard there, so he's just able to crack that for a little extra safety. That is a lot of damage. However, Haki, despite being 2.8k down, has 2 items of his own. Good to see, Haki.
Yeah, he's, you know, trying his best. As a teleport comes in, they're going to immediately collapse onto it. He's in the bounce house. They try and find something, and it's a good start for MVK. They pick up a shutdown. They take Shadow really low. Doesn't quite die to that last auto attack. Doggo on the run. Rest in trouble. This could be the swing, as CFO kind of randomly lose 3. Doggo managing to get one back is actually massive, because I think without that rise, you can't do Baron.
Yeah, exactly. You literally lose most of your damage, because this Kalista is relatively behind, is only that 2 items, doesn't have that, you know, 2.5, 3 items. It reduces the damage significantly. I do like Doggo trying to steal this jungle camp away, but as you say, without that rise, there goes a lot of that damage. And here's how this one broke out. The MVK are presenting 4 members here in this mid lane. Guri does go up, but the TP committed. Kino aggressing forward, wants to catch Kratos out on this Ambessa, but they don't shut him down quick enough, so MVK just eat CFO alive. Like, they get the numbers advantage, then they press forward, they take out Kino, they take out Try to rest, and yeah, it felt like a broken fight. It felt like missed timing, miscommunication on that one, and I like the aggression of Kratos to just TP deep into CFO, because he did have that ultimate. He was able to use it to kind of get back out of the fight and have impact on top of CFO. So great strategy, great call. 15 seconds to the 4th Drake of the game. The Baron still on the rift for the taking of whomsoever decides to go for that one first. But Kino, he's still impacted 2/3 of CFO's kills. Ooh, Rommel, okay.
We're starting up the dragon. We're going to try and use whatever we can, but no, MVK calls it off. Weren't ready to just immediately fight. They have a huge flank here. Can they try and make something happen? Close the jaws of the trap? There's immediately damage going in onto Kratos. We have to do something if we're MVK. They're going to go in onto Kino. But look at the backside of the fight. Haki is being taken out of it, desperately trying to get away. A hostile takeover buys him some space, but he hops back forward. Goes down. It's 1 for 1, but it's the ADC gone.
ADC for top laner. Not the most even of trades there. And yeah, Haki going forward again was kind of odd there, as Renata did such a good job. Shulong there getting that ult off to buy that space, buy that time. And Shadow all the while is taking this Drake on that bot side. MVK, they keep trying to apply pressure on this Baron. Recalls have come through. Does CFO know this is happening? They're TPing back. They know what's happening. Doggo's gonna try and get something done here, Carrix. 1v3.
He can do a lot of damage. The first Q doesn't land. The minefield is perfect. Can he take anyone down? They can. The Baron has been taken, though. Doggo low. Doggo goes gold. Kratos needs to kill him before he dies. Does manage to do it. Will trade his life. So it's 3 Baron buffs and a kill on Doggo.
Yeah, good punish from Doggo there. Takes out 2 members of MVK, so that's only 3 members with Baron. But I would argue that is still worth MVK. They collect the Baron, they collect Doggo after a winning sort of 1v1 trade as we do go to see this one again. Shadow on that top side. And Pout in the backline. They just target Haki. Shulong's almost like a byproduct as Kino tanks the bot side fight and MVK find their kill on to rest. And then the 4 of them, they kind of all take recalls. They all kind of reset and come back out onto the Rift because they know the Baron is up. MVK, they have the initiative. They pull the trigger. They force CFO to respond. Doggo TPs, walks into the face of 3, gets the job done. He doesn't steal the Baron, but he punishes Guri and Kratos, reducing the seriousness, the impact of that Baron take for MVK. CFO, 4.7k up. Deep TP, they might be flanked.
Yeah, they're going to try and get the damage done, but look at the bomb. The hot pot has been set up, and it's a perfect hostile takeover to fend off Pout. MVK are finding their way back in. Sulong will go down, can't get that reset, but Doggo goes the wrong way on his satchel. How has it happened, Logan? MVK have aced!
That is not what you want. CFO, MVK, ace CFO on the borders of their own base. Now they're free to take as much as they want. Only Kino back up for the next 15 seconds. MVK, they're rallying. They're finding ways back into this one. We questioned the Renata Glask, but this Callista is online as we see it here again. CFO, they're on the retreat, right? Guri maintaining that vision control. TP committed. Realm Warp committed. 5 members suddenly there.
The Yone ults forward and does not get a single auto attack because he's frame 1 hit by the hostile takeover.
Yeah, yes, just absolutely mitigating a lot of that damage, and then MVK are just tearing them apart, left to their own devices. No damage to speak of to fight back here. So really, really good job. Great timing on that hostile takeover from that Renata, as you said, and MVK, they're very much back in this game. The goal dead even here at the 27th minute. It just feels like CFO, it's not like they threw the lead, but they had a commanding lead and they lost it. They were up around 7 or 8k as this Baron power play comes to an end. 4.8k in favor of MVK. They are very much back in this fight, and look at where all their gold is. It's on Kratos. It's on that Ambessa who's 60 CS up over rest. That's, dare I say, a pretty good place to have your gold there, Carrix.
I mean, this is an incredible situation. The gold lead vanishes. The big lead for CFO, of course, they have 3 dragons. They are on Soul Point. Doggo is still kind of Thanos in this one. Can still deal a frankly ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, 100%, but they need to lock them down, right? Like, you throw that bomb, but if they're able to escape it, burn their flashes, then there's not much value from it. It just becomes a spacing tool. Pout aggressing forward, trying to get this top lane tier 2 will. CFO, they do have turret advantage. They've cracked all the tier 1s, all the tier 2s of MVKs. As SOFM, he's using his coach comms the first of the game here to just have a chat with MVK, probably saying, well done on getting back in the game. We need to take it to CFO. We could win this one. We're on a level playing field. We look at the items here. Shadow halfway to his GA, whereas Guri maybe a quarter, because Shadow has that 1.4k gold lead. Guri, just completes his GA now. Shadow's going to be able to aggress forward a lot more now that he has that GA here. But look at Kratos, again, 2 levels up over rest. Chica, 2 over Pout. Yes, he does have that Rod of Ages, but that experience, it matters. And it also matters on the bot side where Doggo is 2 levels up over Haki. So both teams very strong, but on different champs. They need to be able to apply these advantages more effectively. CFO, they need to set Doggo up for success, but MVK have all the tools to get on to Doggo.
This is the potential soul fight here. A Realm Warp not taken. This could just be a smite fight that Guri wins. Will go in, taking enormous damage, trades his life for it, but look at Chica on top of Doggo. This is perfect CC layering. The Ziggs can do nothing. MVK, they get the dragon. They're gonna get the fight. Logan, they're doing it.
MVK are coming back. They burn their flashes, they burn their ults, and they destroy CFO. They let Kino limp away, but that Kalist 735 in that mid lane with Kratos. Kratos tanking up as much of that turret as he can. He didn't even need to. There was a minion there that could have been taking it for him. It looks like MVK, they want to end this one here.
They want to end the game. They want to hold as many minions as possible. Kino is going to buy some time. They have to answer him, but he only buys a second. The minion waves are here. They have enough minions. They could just complete what I will confidently say is one of the greatest comebacks in League of Legends. The Nexus Towers fall, and it turns out the strat, feed early, win late.
Oh, that is so true. CFO, they had over an 8k gold lead, but they crumbled. They fumbled such a serious lead in the face of this MVK team. MVK, they just found one good fight. They got the 1v1, then they routed CFO around the Baron. They got the Baron. Doggo was able to get 2 back, but there was too little, too late. They applied that Baron buff effectively across the rift, lickety split, and there was just nothing CFO could do. The gold leveled MVK on a playing field that suited them. They just ran away with it from there. They routed CFO convincingly. The VCS is looking so good this split, Carrix.
Yeah, I mean, the VCS already has one locked in at Worlds, and if you can come back from that far down, MVK, why not be second? They've still got a long way to go. The damage graphs kind of tell the story. They didn't pick any hard CC, and then the Callista came in, and I thought, oh, look, it's so far behind in the mid game. This is where Callista needs to be ahead. But it just didn't matter. They just played the team fight so much better.
You are so right. They really did. Like, look at that gold graph, right? Okay, so 7k gold lead over to CFO. 10 minutes later, it was 4,000 gold in favor of MVK. Like, that's just such a wild swing. And it looked like CFO had this one done, right? Like, you even said it. It would take a miracle for MVK to come back into this game. And I backed it. I was like, yeah, but it's not Garm. Like, it's probably not gonna happen. But we literally just witnessed a miracle. MVK just won every one of those big fights they needed to. They got those late objectives. They got the gold injections. And watching Guri die, he was the single most dyingest champ on the Rift. Last I saw, he was 1-8. But they still rallied. They still won because Guri, no matter how far down he is, no matter how far behind, he brings that CC, he brings that engage that lets the other strong Fed members shut down the target.
I mean, I'm just sort of still trying to process what we've just seen. It was fights like this. MVK just had better positioning on the map. Imagine if this was an even game in terms of gold. Imagine if the gold was dead even and you play a fight like that. It's a 5-0 ace for MVK. CFO just a little bit sloppy, just saying, oh, we're so far ahead. We don't need to have good vision. We don't need to have really good fight setup. And they are punished in the worst kind of way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like you said, the lack of CC from CFO there as well. Like, yeah, they had the Cataclysm and the Equalizer combo. I never really saw that kind of land together. And yeah, they had the Alistair, and Kino was on an all-time tear in that early game. But once you'd applied that little bit of CC, just MVK came through with all of theirs. The Rune Prisons, the engages out of the Void, Mbessa ults, Renata's hostile takeover, and theirs was just bigger as well. And here we see that beautiful Renata Glass ultimate onto, what is it? 1, 2... Yeah, it's just 2 members of CFO, and that's all they needed to apply it to get that serious advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. This was a fight that really turned everything around. That just hostile takeover onto the three really important members, just ripped the fight open. Also, just landing this smite. This smite, unironically, so important. Of course, it is a lot easier to get the smite when you have a Callista. It's not a fair smite fight because you time it with the rend. But the fact that they deny Soul, they're able to snowball the fight. And at this point, as soon as this happens, CFO just aren't ahead anymore. They've just completely thrown the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and it was a convincing lead, and the fact that they threw it so hard, and just, I don't know what more we can say about this one, Carex. I feel like I'm done talking about this one because CFO should have won that. MVK were nowhere even close, but MVK, they're on match point. Make sure you stay tuned because we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, MVK could 3-0 sweep CFO because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Baron Nashor may be the strongest monster on Summoner's Rift, but he's got nothing on the true boss of League Classic, Runes and Masteries. Runes and Masteries can feel like a lot, but don't worry, we're here to help you get started.
All in good time.
Let's start with Masteries. Masteries have 3 different trees: offense, defense, and utility. You have to spend a certain number of points in a tree to move down to the next tier. The farther down you go, the stronger the bonuses. You'll start with a 10-10-10 Masteries page that aims to do a little bit of everything. But once you unlock the ability to make your own pages, it's best to invest more deeply on a single tree to get the most bonuses. You should probably aim for 21 points in your primary tree and 9 points in your secondary. Now for runes. There are 4 types of runes: red marks, yellow seals, blue glyphs, and golden quintessences. These runes all boost a variety of stats, but if you want to be efficient, you'll want to pick the right type of rune for the right stat. Marks are best at dealing physical damage and magic bend, seals boost your armor, health, and mana regen, and glyphs are best for ability power, cooldown reduction, and magic resist. Quints are particularly powerful. You only get 3 of them, and the effects they provide can be game-changing. Beyond boosts to typical stats, Quints are also the only way to improve stats like experience gain and even the amount of time it takes to respawn after you die. But you don't need that last one, right? You got this. This is a lot to take in at once, but don't worry. You'll have some time to figure out what's best for your playstyle. Much like Masteries, you'll start with a basic rune page that you can improve over time. You'll unlock rune slots as you play, and can purchase runes from the shop using IP, so you can get exactly what you need to rule the Rift.
Các chị hậu chứ nó dễ rất hơn.
I can't believe I'm saying this, Carrix, but we are on the precipice of a potential 3-0 sweep if MVK are able to take this next game. CFO, they look out of sorts.
I mean, unbelievable that they don't pick up that game too. They were so far ahead. They were 4K ahead at like 10 minutes. What should have been just an unlosable game does fall apart. CFO, you need a very, very strong mental to come back from that.
Yeah, I mean, doubtlessly there was going to be a lot spoken about in that team room after that game too. Like, would it be incorrect to say what the hell happened out on Summoner's Rift? Because goodness gracious me, that was a serious lead, and it's not like it was a significant failing on any one member of CFO, I would contend. I would just say that MVK found another gear. They just turned around and decided, no, we will win this game. And it's like CFO were stuck in fifth. It's like they couldn't rise to what MVK were playing into them. And I don't want to harp on about it, but even with Guri, right? Like Guri felt like very nearly a dead weight, because I think it was like 1-9 by the end of that game. But because he's Vi, because of that guaranteed engage tool, he was still useful to set MVK up, and playing around those tools, it kept them in that game and swung it back in their favor.
He was 1-9, but he hit the smites. And hitting the smites is sometimes all a jungler has to do. Guri definitely does need to perform a little bit better. I don't think lightning strikes twice, as MVK look to lock in that second seed and dodge their Vietnamese brothers of the Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, that's the one. Winner goes on to second seed, and I mean, MVK, they are so well positioned. 2 games, 2 wins, second seed. The numbers are lining up here, Carrix, as the bans are starting to come through. Shen, Syndra, Poppy. Now, interestingly, Poppy banned away here in the first round, was banned in the second round in game 2. So they've re-put priority back onto that Poppy. But on the opposite side, oh, look at this. MVK, they've identified that Doggo is CFO's win con. They're like, you don't get your 2 best AD carry champions into this game 3. And I love these bans. They're so heads up. They're so intelligent. It really places MVK in a great spot to take it to CFO through their bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I like that a lot, as Jace does manage to sneak through the bans. This has been consistently banned out, so Rest gets his hands on a very, very powerful champion early in the draft. An early poke comp is brewing.
Yeah, I'm going to say it though, Kratos has been outperforming Rest in those lanes consistently. Kratos has been the LCP, top laner of the week at least one time, but I don't think Rest has been. So I think on individual performance that, yeah, you can get the meta champion, but I think Kratos outhands Rest, so it will at least match up. Does lock in that Cassante, so should be able to survive a lot more of that Jace engage, that Jace poke. So I kind of like that pick, but Lee Sin picked up for MVK. They're going to get this party started early.
Yeah, they're just going to go in. I think getting the Lee Sin for Guri is really good. Another champion that has just been banned all series until now. Would love to see the Trundle answer into the Cassante. This is a really hard team fight counter into Cassante. If you ult him while he's in, he can't ult, basically. If he's subjugate, he can't press his ult because he'll go to basically negative resistances and just explode.
Yeah, and we've seen it before, right? We saw him subjugated just yesterday, and then cop a Syndra ult with the shards and was just executed on the spot, like melted like butter. So you do need to be careful with that. But Akali picked up for Pout, such a strong AP Malay assassin in that mid lane. I really do like this pick. It feels like a power pick. It feels like a challenge to Chica in that mid lane, but Chica is definitely not scared of these challenges, has risen to the occasion several times. played that lock a couple of times and is not banned, but I don't think lock into Akali is the best kind of matchup here. I definitely prefer this Twisted Fate. Great team fight tool. This says, you know what, you can have the lane, we're going to have the side lanes, and we're going to win through those.
Yeah, I like this Twisted Fate a lot. Obviously, in team fights, can just make sure you know where all the flanks are. Just being able to press R, know exactly what CFO is doing is super valuable, but also being able to link up with Guri during the lane phase, constantly move with this Lee Sin, just disrupt everything that CFO is doing, and I'd like to see it going up towards rest. Jace is a lane bully at the moment. He's very strong, but he's still Jace. He doesn't have great escape.
Yeah, and I want to point this out, right? We called it out a little bit earlier where MVK were banning the bot side of CFO, and they're still banning the bot side of CFO, right? Lucian, Ezreal, Mel, all doggo picks. Just banned, gone, taken away. And then they've gone for Twisted Fate. MVK are going to, like, apply so much pressure to this bot side. As Caitlyn banned away as well, they are forcing Doggo so deep. The game plan is clear. MVK, they can't lose through bot lane. They've set themselves up so well, but how will CFO answer this?
It's gonna be really interesting as, yeah, all of those mages are kind of gone unless we go to some real oddball ones. We have seen Doggo play Vlad. Could bring that one back out. I feel like it might be traditional ADCs. Lulu taking away blocking things like the Zeri and the Yunara. MVK, I think, yeah, you pick a support here. You don't show your actual bot laner as they actually cycle through. I think maybe it will just be Victor locked in. Could it be Twisted Fate bot? That would be fun.
That would be fantastic.
I don't think it will be, but...
Yeah, Misfortune's still available as well, so Doggo could get his hands on that relatively strong bot laner here. Jinx, okay, we haven't seen Jinx in a good long while here, Garrix. I mean, it doesn't, the composition doesn't speak to me of a Protect the President, right? That's what you want to do when you grab a Jinx. There's the hover of Samira. Could it be the return?
Wait for it. Samira answer. Like, the gold card is too long range. Oh, he switches to Yasuo last second. Is Yasuo bot? No. Akali bot, Yasuo mid.
Interesting. But we were even toying with the idea of TF, right? We're like, oh, does TF go bot? And is it Seraphine mid? Because, you know, Seraphine was once a mid laner. Has she returned? I don't think she would be the best mid laner, to be quite honest with you there. I do think it will be TF mid, and I do think this will be either an AP or a support Seraphine. We have seen her in that role before. Oh, goodness me. Okay. That is it. What? What is this? I don't even know what to make of MVK's comp now.
This is just a hover.
Yeah, it has to be. It's messing with me, Carrix.
He's locked it in.
Oh my god.
So it's it's Kiana mid, Seraphine TF bot, Kiana bot.
Waiting for the graphics to update.
Like Lee Sin can't be laning, surely. Kiana was a mid laner for most of her existence.
Yeah. What?
No,
we're still getting messed with, but over on the other side of CFO, Akali in the mid, Yasuo on the bot side, Rakan as the support. So it's somewhat normal, except for that Yasuo on CFO's side. But really, are we going to see a Lee Sin AD for MVK here? It's going to be two melee ADs?
Point. Unless there was a bug on the swap, then yeah, it's Lee Sin, Seraphine bot. The coaches are leaving the stage.
This doesn't look like a bug. It doesn't look like it was
They haven't changed it on the front. Yeah, on the front of... It's also... Huh?
LCP at the forefront of forging a brand new meta. We have double melee ADs in our bot lane, Carrix. This is going to be wild. Get excited.
I'm confused. I'm excited, but I'm very... Harky, how many games have you put in on this?
Well, we're going to find out because, I mean, you don't lock in a Lee Sin unless you are good on that Lee Sin. But we are on Summoner's Rift for Game 3 of tonight's best of 5 series between CFO and MVK. MVK, they are on match point. They are currently 2-0. They could secure second seed for themselves here in these play-ins, and this Game 3 is going to be spicy, Carrix.
It's going to be incredibly spicy, to say the least. I mean, Lee Sin has been played in lanes. It's never been bot lane, but lanes. And I guess he's not against any range, so he doesn't get punished. If Haki's got the mechanics and he's practiced this, I don't really see why it couldn't work, as he goes W level 1 and is getting hunted down, taking a lot of damage here. Doesn't die though. Kino takes some tower shots, but the Lee Sin has been forced out of lane at level 1.
Yeah, definitely a flash for flash there. Obviously, CFO, they commit a little bit more, both flashes and exhaust, whereas Shulong still has his flash, Haki still has his TP. He recognizes his position, backs away there. Then it looked like just one more auto would have done the trick, so just a tail too far for CFO. Haki, though, back out into the lane. An explosive, oh my god.
I mean, Haki probably not super happy that he had to go that W at level 1. I think you probably want to start E. But who knows? We're waiting for confirmation, but I'm willing to skip the confirmation and say this is the first time Lee Sin's been played as the AD carry.
Yeah, but like in the world or the LCP,
probably.
right? Because like this
definitely
is
in the LCP, but almost certainly the world. Maybe he's been played as a support before.
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me, but all the attention is on this bot lane, and that was all. God.
They knock him up, but you can't really keep fighting the Lee Sin. Like that W, that sort of the second half of it, the Iron Will gives so much lifesteal to Omnivamp, actually, I think, because it used to be Spellvamp. But
yeah,
Shadow down here early, a pillar could spell bad news.
Guri here too, though. CFO rotating. They had the priority. They're going to punish Guri.
Yeah, they're just going to go straight in onto him, but he's able to go into stealth, finds another bit of grass, flashes to the blast cone, but has to use the flash, doesn't even get the crab.
Yes, good job there by CFO to get that priority over for Shadow. The TP from Pout back in that mid lane to get a little bit more pressure, a little bit more presence. Kino responding, getting the healing on Pout. Very, very nice. But I do like that we have been focusing so much on this bot lane because that's where our featured matchup of the night was with Doggo and Haki. Both of them let rip with these AD melee bot laners as Shadow will secure the double Scuttle Crabs for himself thanks to that earlier Scuttle Crab bot side. Junglers, we do see Shadow in the river. Guri matching sort of in his top side jungle. Vision control in favor of CFO on the top side, in favor of MVK on that bot side. And this game it's already interesting, right? Like in the early moments, in the first minute, pretty much every flash was burnt straight away. Like hyper aggression from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, it's just constant fighting as these melee bot lanes so often are when we do see them. You know, back in the day, and I mean really back in the day, you used to lock in J4 Xin Zhao bot for this, the ultimate kill lane, and you just fought. But this is certainly a little bit different. And I was doing that in like silver League of Legends queue when I was playing on 250 ping on NA, not in the LCP.
Exactly. I remember it was a bit of a bot side fight. The wind wall. The wind wall is actually so effective against Sulong. Going to be able to shut down that encore, that E as well, which is that sort of that root, that snare. So I actually kind of do like that pick into the Seraphine, and Seraphine was picked before Yasuo, so did get that kind of counter option here as CFO. They're being patient. MVK, surely they know something's up. Oh, Kino
they'll know
now. Too. Yeah.
Just slowly farming up. Haki has managed to get himself back to even after the level 1 fracas. It's so crazy that we're watching Oh, hang on. We'll have to come back to it. As Pout could be in a little bit of trouble, but there's no stun from Guri, so they're okay. They go down to the bot lane as Haki uses that W. There's a Yasuo bot, and we've barely talked about it because it's against a Lee Sin.
Yeah, like Yasuo bot is more normal than a Lee Sin bot. So I've just checked the global statistics for Lee Sin, and it looks like he has actually been picked up a total of 25 times, including this game. So not the first in the world, but definitely still extremely unusual with only 25 ever picks in the bot side, like bot lane role. It's still crazy. And it's MVK. Like, I don't know why I'm so surprised, because it is MVK. They do these crazy picks.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Speaking of craziness, it's Pout going back in, looking for Guri. Won't work out. It will end up being a 1-for-1 as Kino avenges his mid laner.
That's exactly what you want there. 1-for-1 jungler for mid laner. And I mean, ooh, good flash there from Doggo, but Pout was just walking into those bushes blind, right? Like, you can't do that when multiple members of the opposing team are missing. As we do go to this replay, Chica patiently waiting. Guri roaming down, sees Pout walking in, stunned up, nearly killed. Great backflip there to get away. Perfect executions in, though. I mean, I feel like he could have backed away, and I feel like Shadow and Kino would have been able to get the job done, but, you know, gets that extra damage down, guarantees it. Doggo aggressing.
Haki has to flash away, doesn't want to get knocked up. Would have been a last breath into a kill. So just does manage to dance away. Needs to get to level 6 himself. Should only be a minion or two away. Needs to get access to that kick. Doesn't actually get it off this wave, though.
Yeah, still slowly working towards that level 6. This wave should be the wave. Doggo down on health. Has to be careful. Kino's found a good flanking angle, but won't be able to do much with it in the face of two members of MVK.
Okay, I did my research. I'm still calling this out as a world first because all of those Lee Sins were picked with a Senna support. This is when you were playing fasting Senna. They were not real AD carries. They did not farm. Well, they did farm, but they weren't AD carries. Anyway, it doesn't matter. In this game, he is farming. There's no Senna enabling the Lee Sin.
Fair enough, as we do see the return to lanes, and MVK 600 gold ahead. CFO secured the first Drake of the game. The Grubs still up, and Shadow first to have a look at this one as rotations start to come through. Now, I like the Yasuo pick because it's got strong team fighting potential, but Lee Sin has fantastic pick potential. So, like, it kind of works both ways. Guri needs to be so careful here.
Yeah, Guri has to go stealth again, is really powerful as that is a massive supreme display of talent, just holding them back. Shadow is going to charge forward though, has that subjugate, dealing a huge amount of damage. One more chomp will do it, traded back, and Haki's here. Last breath from Doggo. The ult from Seraphine does not land. CFO are chasing them down. They've got a 4v3. Amazing Rakan play, getting that double knock-up. Pays with his life, but you'll take it every day.
Fantastic follow-ups from CFO. They get that advantage on the back end of the fight. 2-for-1. Pout not done with Chica, but Chica is done with Pout. Will walk it off. Does have the red buff. Does have the blue buff. So have to be careful there as we go to this replay. Guri sitting on the edge of invisibility here. Pillar from Shadow to kick it off. You can tell they're already immediately aware of that supreme display of talent. They get talented anyway. The follow-up from MVK is there. They've got more members. The TP from CFO coming through. CFO's rest rotating down, but he's just so late to this one. He even had that lane pushed up. CFO, though, they aggress forward. Great use of that Yasuo's skill to get onto the jungle camp to close that gap, and the knock-up from Rakan seals the deal. Back to live, though.
Yeah, Sulong just to spot Kino out, but Rakan, of course, incredibly slippery, able to dance his way away. And despite that one fight, it is actually still the slight gold lead to MVK as they just... Logan, I don't know how to talk about this game. There's a Lee Sin in the bot lane.
Garrix, I'm right there with you, mate. I mean, Lee Sin in the bot lane, Yasuo in the bot lane. This is not something you see, not even in solo queue. It's that out there.
What has happened to the game I love? Hydration breaks, Lee Sin
I'm
bot.
going back to League of Legends Classic, gosh darn it, because that is a game mode that is up right now. But let's talk about this top lane while we're here, right? Rast, he's 1 kill up, but he's only 300 gold up. Kratos, I think this Cassante pick is fantastic. Does have those boots, reduces the physical damage, has that extra armor and the Doran shield. So he's itemed really, really well into this Jace. Jace unable to get any real effective advantage because Cassante's just not taking damage. So he can't push into him. He does have the boots of swiftness, so he's just going to be able to outrun him. But Guri, having a look, will be spotted by a ward. Rest needs to be careful.
Twisted Fate on his way. Pout can join this. He tagged with the E. He's joining the fight. He's coming in, but gets slammed into the wall. They knew. And yeah, sure, man. Follow me across the map. It just means I get to. Sulong gets the ultimate off. Can Haki find enough damage? No, not quite. Tags with the Q. I don't think you followed that one. Don't do it. Don't do it. Lets it expire. Now they're going to try and re-dive Haki. Can he dance his way out of this one? Jumps to a ward, can't quite get Doggo. The tower juggling a little bit too good for CFO.
Fantastic work by CFO there to get something back, a 2 for 2 ultimately, but the problem was the time it took for CFO to get their 2 for 2. MVK was so much faster with it on the top side that they get both their kills and so much farm on that top side tier 1 turret, whereas CFO, they struggled on the bot side to get their 2. It was a really long, broken, disjointed play. They nearly lost members going for it, and they barely got any other gold let back. Shulong does a fantastic job. The on-call wind wall trying to slow CFO down, trying to punish them, but does die. CFO clear the wave, and all of this time, you look at the top side, MVK is just left alone to farm turrets. It's all going on to Chica on that Twisted Fate. Yes, it was a 2 for 2, but MVK still come out gold positive. It was ultimately MVK favored.
I mean... It is MVK 1k gold up. I wonder how much of that is Chica's passive, because he individually is nearly 2,000 gold ahead of Pout, has been having a huge impact on the game, has already got that Rod of Ages stacking. If this was League Classic, it'd be even better because his passive used to be for the whole team instead of just for himself.
Gosh darn it, you're really making me want to try and play this League of Legends Classic character. You keep talking about it, and it keeps sounding
There's no Lee Sin bots in it, I'll tell you that.
I also hear junglers, they need help in the jungle when they're getting started. They can actually die. Yeah.
Yeah. The single funniest part of League Classic has been watching people be like, oh yeah, I didn't play back then, I'll try it out. Oh, my wolf camp has killed me.
It's like, oh, I was not expecting that, but we do have a modern game of League of Legends here before us, as it does look like Doggo, he is the sort of sole major gold lead for CFO. He's kind of helping keep that gold differential within touching distance. At 14 minutes, CFO, they're in a decent position. They do have 2 Drakes, they do have the grub, so they've got that dragon stacking, they've got that sieging potential, but MVK, they have the gold lead. So they have the side split pushing advantage here, as that ward will spot an aggressing CFO here. Shadow, I know, he's just trying to get cheeky with it. Just trying to get some poke down. I was questioning that. Yeah.
He's just having a look around as Doggo just clears out the wave. It's been pretty slick on the Yasuo so far. We need to see how he plays in team fights. Always the hardest part of Yasuoing. Chica will get himself some more gold.
Chica likes gold. That's what Chica does. Look at that. He's a full 1,000 gold ahead of Guri. And as you say, that is that Twisted Fate passive just racking up the gold there. You will take every advantage you possibly can. Haki low in this mid lane. And the interesting thing, by picking up this Lee Sin, right, if this does go to a game 4, it means both Lee Sin and Yasuo are also taken out of the rosters, so they won't be able to pick these, right? You're no longer scared of the threat of this hyper-aggressive early game jungler. So it's kind of like a moderate, I want to say, counter pick, as Chica needs to be careful.
Yep, does go down. There's no being careful.
Yeah, no, pop the ult. Nope, I think he was trying to look for an angle to escape. Gets CC'd, dies. Thank you very much. But still has 2.4k. Has the Lich Bane, has the Rod of Ages, has those 2 full items, whereas Pout still struggling to even get started on his second item as we go for this replay to see how it all happened. Kratos was on this bot side, and Rest goes to answer him. The 2v1. Pillar gets the flash.
Yeah, tries to get away, has the Pathmaker, goes all out, trying desperately to find anything, but can't quite do it.
That's it, 2v1. That's how you win them fights, and that's how you cut that gold lead. It is now only 500 gold in favor of MVK. Guri needs to be careful. Shadow really feeling himself on this Trundle, is just fearlessly aggressing forward into MVK. They have to respect this Trundle, right? Because he's just able to rip, rend, and tear your resistances. And here's how Chica went down. It was a patient rest in the bushes, and Shadow just in the area, able to knock him. Just a great combo. Just a patient play from Rest to kick that one off. So really good initiative. That said, CFO are up 8-5 in terms of kills, and it's still even gold to MVK.
Ooh, Sulong is in trouble, getting engaged on, but it goes too far. The Yasuo has fallen, teleports coming in, perfectly synced arrivals. There's a big Seraphine ult across the team, but Pout was in stealth. Can they get this one done? All out goes Kratos, just looking for his way home, does manage it. Stun on the Trundle, not going to be followed up. It's just MVK getting the one.
Yep. Big team fight. Great poke there. Shock blast from Rest on the backside. Just like, oi, get out of here. Is MVK. They win the team fight. 5v4, getting the 1 kill, and they turn on to the third Drake of the game. It is a mountain Drake. Rest needs to be so careful. Chica pops the ult.
Ooh, they're going to try and get something done. No, just going to take the mountain Drake. Get themselves on that dragon leaderboard. Make sure CFO doesn't run away with it.
Yeah, I really like the timing of that ultimate, just to get that vision. As we do see Kino, he gets a great charm in here, right? He gets the charm on to 2 with that quickness, but the rest of CFO aren't there to follow because it's 2v4. Then CFO arrive. It's now a 4v5 in this mid lane because they already lost Doggo on that Yasuo, so it was never really an even fight in their favor because of that early death. They do well to escape, but back to live, Shadow, using this Trundle very effectively, has picked up that Rift Herald. So now they have the Battle Herald if they need it. Yeah, it was, flash for flash. Good job. Ooh, another fight topside.
Ooh, they're going to go in on to Shadow. Gets knocked into the wall, but this is a Trundle. Has that Subjugate, able to do so much work. Kratos is here. Kratos can continue to try and make space as Doggo surfing around the fight. It's now numbers in favor of CFO. Pout will get the first kill, and he'll get the second as a pretty good situation for MVK turns really bad.
Yeah, but MVK still have the gold lead. They're about to lose it with this turret here. They're down to 300 gold. But yeah, CFO 10-7. CFO get the better end of that fight. MVK, though, still even in gold. However, CFO, they're sieging this topside tier 2. Shelly got that charge, and now CFO out to a 1,000 gold lead and less than a minute till the Baron. Let's take a look at how this one started, right? It was Kratos and Guri. Even with that supreme display of talent onto Shadow, he still doesn't die. And because he doesn't die, more members back in live though. Rest goes down to a good gank. Yeah, good gank there. But on the top side, this replay again, it just turns into a really elongated, sustained brawl, and I really think that favors CFO. I think MVK want to burst someone down, whereas CFO, they're kind of happy to take those longer fights, those longer trades.
Yeah, I think the big issue there is they tried to burst the Trundle while a Cassante was in range of his ult. He just gets so many resistances as soon as he ults that, as soon as he ults Kratos. It's not someone you're going to be able to one-shot, so just doesn't quite work out on the top side, but it was a 900 gold lead when we went into the replay. We're back to even when we come out because of that kill on the bot side. This game still on a knife's edge.
Yeah, MVK doing a really good job of keeping themselves in this, right? Like, CFO have more kills. CFO have more turrets. So, really, CFO are behind at this point. At the 20-minute mark, with those advantages, they should have more of a gold lead. But like you called out earlier, I really do think it's Chica on that Twisted Fate with that passive, keeping that gold just even, keeping MVK in this one. Because it's not like... Ooh.
There's the boot, Doggo. Haki actually just playing it well, finding some space, using Doggo as a way to get out of the fight.
I do want to say, though, to your question earlier, I think Haki's definitely been practicing this Lee Sin because he's had some moves. He's not like that early aggro.
Ooh. Bit of damage going in. Chica knocked up. Guri gets over the wall. As the fight does continue, all out into the Seraphine ult, an immediate kill onto the Trundle. Pout does have an angle to get a lot done as Kratos still managing to live. There's the Yasuo ult. They turn it around. Pout picks himself up a triple.
Pout in amongst it all, managed to dodge Seraphine Encore as well, so he's not CC'd, able to free fire, frontlined effectively by Shadow. Doggo with the disruption, Kino with the quickness and the knockups, buys all the space, all the CC for CFO to 3-1 MVK. They have the advantage, they're pulling the trigger on the Baron, MVK responding, they don't want to let them have this for free.
They definitely don't, and I don't know if they can stop them, though. That's only the Twisted Fate and the Seraphine. No one else will be on the map in time. This is going to be a Baron for CFO. I think that, in fact, I just know it's the first of the series as they attempt to mount this comeback.
Yeah, I mean, they've got it, right? This is match point for MVK. If CFO lose this one, MVK are the ones who go up to second seed, and CFO will have to face Team Secret Whales at the back end of these play-ins. Then here's Doggo just gliding forward, scaring MVK, pushing them back for the real engage to flow through. Kino kicks it off with the quickness onto one, is unable to connect with anybody else, and Shadow tanks the world here because MVK commit everything onto him. But because they commit everything onto Shadow, they have no ultimates left for the rest of the fight, and CFO just put them through the blender. They take the team fight, they take the Baron, they're back in live. We're setting up for the fourth Drake of the game.
They've managed to get onto it first. CFO could move to Soul Point. They will move to Soul Point. No attempt at a steal. MVK are just muscled off of this. They have Prio on the mid wave, but Kino wants to change that as they just go in. Doggo follows. The Yasuo Rakan combo is powerful. It's a 1-for-1 trade, turns into a 2-for-1 as CFO do not stop. They are hunting down MVK. The tower will fall. Haki on the front line on this Lee Sin, trying to find an answer to Shadow. The answer has been found, but not one to rest, and Pout has only 2 members of either team still on the map. Pout moving forward onto Sulong as Chica charges forward with a gold card locked and loaded. Can he find the damage? He does have an empowered auto attack. If he flashes, but he goes gold. Rests, goes down in exchange. Pout, the only one left alive.
Chica punishing CFO on the back end of that fight. The fancy footwork, the sole individual gold lead for MVK, and he's showing why. 6-1-6 on this Twisted Fate. He must be respected. He must be answered. He has the rapid fire cannon. He has the Lich Bane. He has the Rod of Ages. And we take another look at this. CFO come out of that Drake pit, all cylinders firing. They kick it off. They take out Guri immediately. They have that numbers advantage. But MVK, even under the tower, the fight keeps going. Doggo low on the backside, and MVK identify it. Haki taking him down. Shadow frontlining the world, gets stunned by Chica. You watch Chica here. He just spaces perfectly. He's applying his damage. He's getting those stuns, allowing Shulong to get that extra poke. He saves Shulong from that accelerated shock blast from rest and keeps the chase going back to life.
Yeah, and CFO, once again, on the run. Shadow got chunked out. I think the biggest problem that MVK are running into is that their most consistent damage dealer is a Twisted Fate. This is not a champion that is picked for his damage. Look at the number is huge, but the fact that he is the highest is a problem. And once again, they just go in with that Rakan Yasuo combo. This time, it does not result in a one-shot. The supreme display of talent is kind of supreme. Kino goes down, but it's just traded for Guri on the backside. Kratos incredibly low, gets pillared. CFO are running MVK off the map.
Yeah, I mean, we come back to live and we find ourselves in another massive team fight. Chica fancies his odds against Rest, has the backing of Shulong. This is the thing though, right? Like, Chica has so much damage. He has the CC. He's confidently walking into these low health bars of CFO. He is still the problem for CFO, but every other member of CFO is eking out a gold lead. The longer this goes, replay, we see how this one kicked off. It's around this mid area. Great kind of pillar there. Locks Haki up into the environment. Even though Doggo gets the ult, there's no kill there just yet. Massive, probably the biggest supreme display of talent I've ever seen from a Kiana. It was on at least 4 members of CFO. It buys MVK space, it buys MVK time, and they're able to escape barely. But Chica, my goodness, if MVK can protect Chica, if MVK can set Chica up, they have a win condition. And I mean, CFO, at 26 minutes, they're only 1k up. It's not that much of a lead to speak of. We're 1 minute away from potential soul for CFO. So they have to get this one to force MVK to play into them every 5 minutes. And they know it. They're recalling, they're topping up their wards, they're spending their gold inevitably for this next fight. All ultimates will be up. A lot of flashes, though, will be down.
Exactly, and what we need to look for is picks before the fight. I don't think Haki wants to be playing teamfight Lee Sin. He needs to be trying to get an inset, get a kick, something like that. Because in these fights, Guri in that last fight landed incredible Kiana ult. Kratos has been buying a huge amount of space, and Sulong, I think the last ultimate wasn't the best, but it consistently throughout the game has been landing a lot of CC, and the healing from the Seraphine has been great, but they just don't have enough consistent damage. Outside, as you said, Cheeky gets tagged by the whirlwind. Oh, it's a disaster. This is just going to be soul for CFO. The rest of the fight, MVK can disengage, but there's a soul spawning in 10 seconds. Chica has made that one mistake, but it might be the most costly one.
Yeah, I mean, CFO find the angle, they pull the trigger, that snap, engage, and nothing they can do about it. Chica did complete his Rabadon's death cap. He was ready to deliver the damage, but CFO just don't let him. They get Chica, they get the Drake that is now a mountain soul on CFO. They've just become that much tankier, that much harder to kill, and like you called out earlier, Chica is basically the only real damage dealer on the side of MVK, so they have to be careful. They have to play around it. CFO, though, they've got the soul. They're going for this Baron, and look at Chica. He's topping the charts, but no one else from MVK is even close. TP being committed.
Yeah, they're going in immediately again. That Rakan Yasuo combo forces Guri to run. Kratos on the front line, trying to get it done, but he's just not tanky when a Trundle is around. MVK are getting cleaned out. It's a decent Seraphine ult, but it's just trying to triage a wound that is gushing blood. As CFO, they may only be 1,000 gold ahead, but look at the state of the game. MVK, though, are pushing down onto this tower. You have to decide, do you save the base or do you get the Baron? Because Chica is just going to get a base turret.
I mean, CFO, they've got the numbers. They can do both. They send Pout on the Akali to answer the push of Chica.
He flashes away. There is a Rakan there with Pout. They'll be able to one-shot him as, no, never mind. The stun lands. He's on the run. He's going to buy a lot of time. He's inevitably going to fall, but he does by the time. The Baron is secured.
Okay, so they clearly made the call. Guri went down there to maybe make a play, try and save Chica, but I definitely think the call was made, hey, back off, I'm going down, don't give them another one. But my God, Chica just against the world. He's 1v9ing right now. He takes down the mid inhibitor turret and the inhibitor. So like CFO, they might have won the fight, but they're in no condition to keep pushing this mid as we go to this replay and they find Guri. This is very strange because MVK, they're broken up. They're not ready to snowball back in live though. CFO, they're just marching down mid. They want to punish MVK for their aggression. We need to get back to live.
Yeah, we really do, because that kill onto Chica has led to CFO just pushing this back in. They equalize the mid inhib. They'll break open the bot lane as well. I don't think they'll stop them from getting the inhib, but this is going to be CFO looking to end the game, to put the first piece of the puzzle in their reverse sweep. I'd like to remind you, this is only game number 3, and we have Lee Sin Yasuo bot. We have potentially 2 more after this, as Shadow is invincible. Far too many resists for anyone to deal any real damage to him. As CFO, they have a wave. They have cannon minions firing at the Nexus towers. Rest gets that cleanse onto him, but look at the damage. Immediately, Haki on this Lee Sin has been incredibly ineffective this game. Kratos goes all out trying to save his team, but can't do it. CFO, they find the hidden source, they find the secret stuff, and they get the series back to 2-1.
CFO give it their all. They outdraft MVK and take game 3, keeping their hopes of securing that second seed alive. A point there, it was Chica versus the world. He was out damaging absolutely everybody, but that Lee Sin, as you so rightly called, did not feel like it. Yes, MVK, they like to cook in that kitchen, but I think something smells a little bit burnt here, Carrix, as they do go down in this game 3 of tonight's best of 5 series between CFO and MVK. What a spicy meatball.
I mean, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, what is going on? 40 kills in 31 minutes, so a bit of a classic LCP bloodbath. 7k gold diff by the end there, but Chica out damaging everyone though. Pout not to be left behind, closely followed up, but I think what really stands out to me is the rest of the damage of MVK. They were mostly less than half of their counterparts, so it just felt like Chica was the one being proactive, Chica was the one finding angles, but the rest of MVK just, it didn't feel like they were present unless Chica was there setting them up. And a couple of those late game fights that they lost, it was literally because Chica was not there. When CFO found Chica, shut him down, and it was 4v5, CFO easily won those fights.
Yeah, I just think the Lee Sin was the bridge too far. I loved a lot of what CFO were doing. Chica, he made a couple of crucial mistakes later into the game, but I really don't think most of it was his fault. There's actually nothing that a Twisted Fate can do about a Rakan Yasuo combo jumping at him. I think he played really well considering what he was against, but so many fights where they managed to blunt that first assault from CFO, but then there was just no damage to take over, and they were relying on Twisted Fate damage. And I said it during the game, if you're relying on Twisted Fate's damage, you've already lost. He's just not a champion that does a lot of damage.
Yeah, but I mean, the champion doesn't do a lot of damage, but Chica does do a lot of damage. Again, being the single most damagingest member on this Rift, he really, really did try. But once Shadow kind of came online with that Trundle, like you said, he was nearly unkillable because Cassante was on the Rift, just able to take all of his resistances, get that sort of lifesteal, that sustain out of the subjugate, and effectively just be a gigantic tank into what MVK was trying to do. Rest on this Jace. He had a good game. He was able to apply a lot of damage, some great poke. Doggo on this Yasuo, though, was probably the surprise for me here, Carrots. clearly has been practicing this pick. He was a menace in this late game, got some great knockups, very, very valuable wind walls when they were diving under that turret to prevent that encore from trapping them. Just really good play all round from CFO.
Yeah, I think CFO played really well. Doggo showed that he has the hands to play the Yasuo. I'm not too surprised. If any ADC in the world was going to be able to pull out a hell of a Yasuo, Doggo would be on my shortlist. Another person actually thinking about a really good game, and it's not going to be reflected in the scoreline, is actually Guri. His Kiana was incredible this game.
Yeah, you're so right. Like, we saw the damage meters, and unfortunately the damage wasn't so high, but he got some excellent Supreme display of talents off. Dare I say, even an all-time Kiana highlight, across the world for that Supreme display onto 4 members of CFO. It was just the rest of MVK at that point, they were down in members, they were down in health bars, they just weren't able to follow up, they weren't able to connect and deal the damage they needed to close that one out. But Carrix, that was game 3 with a Lee Sin and a Yasuo AD in the bot lane. I do not know what this game 4 will bring.
What a series, Logan. Carrix, it's game 3.
It's like that quote. It's like, just a quick, series. We'll be right in. It'll be
in
right
and out,
out.
15-minute series.
Yeah, that is not what is happening. But we'll be right back after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
This might take a while.
Make haste.
There we go. Don't let this be you. Here are the top 5 laning tips for winning both macro and micro in League Classic. Get ready for trades to have way higher stakes throughout the early and mid game. In Classic, abilities deal tons of damage, but their costs and cooldowns are higher to match, so every action has the potential to completely shift the lane advantage. For many champions, you'll want to consider buying early mana regen items. Grab a Chalice of Harmony, stock up on mana potions, or pick up a Doran's Ring or 3. Speaking of Doran's items, they may be the default start for modern League players, but they're significantly weaker here in Classic. Try starting with boots and some potions instead to keep up with those early trades in lane. It also takes much longer to get back to lane, so plan accordingly. Forcing an opponent to recall will give you the space you need to set up your minion wave, or put in some good work in the tower as your opponent loses out on CS. Pressing those early advantages is also easier because turrets are way easier to kill in Classic. Taking one down will happen early and often, and can quickly snowball into more gold, more ganks, and more pressure on the enemy team. And speaking of pressure, don't forget to pick up some extra wards for vision, which you can buy separately from trinkets.
I knew you would do that.
After all, nothing ruins a good laning phase faster than a surprise 2v1. So light up those bushes and stay safe out there, summoners. Don't say we didn't warn you.
Cái chị hậu chứ nó dễ lắm ha.
We've got a series on our hands, Carrix. It is now 2-1 in favor of MVK. They are rallying.
They have fought back. They have got a series for us. It's not just going to be a 3-0, but I don't know. Some smart and handsome caster predicted a 3-1 for MVK. So maybe that's what's going to happen.
Oh, look, I hear another smart and handsome caster predicted 3-2 for CFO, which is, it's also still very, very possible. What can I say? We're all smart, we're all handsome. Both of our predictions are still on. Was that a cheeky, it's Garm time? Did you see that from Chica in the mid lane? It looked like he did a Garm time.
It's always so funny. Garm just has this stranglehold on Vietnamese esports. Well-earned stranglehold. I love that team. But even though they're not here and they're not the top team, we're still throwing up the guns.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, I went to France recently for EWC and it was just everywhere. TK just has a movement no matter where he goes of what time is it, baby? It's Garm time and everybody knows it, but they're not here tonight. It is MVK Esports versus CTBC Flying Oysters. The winner of tonight's best of 5 will secure themselves second seed, and they do not have to face off against Team Secret Wales, which is a massive prize in and of itself. But for those of you who like the challenge, who live by that saying, you've got to beat the best to be the best, they may like that challenge. They may be happy to have to face off against Team Secret Wales.
Well, we'll have to see. Because Team Secret Wales will be looking at this one, and I think they've all already turned to the coach and said, do you know how we draft against this? And just, woo. Give me some time to think.
Yeah, exactly. But it does look like we are getting to the draft. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, because I haven't said it in a little while. It's part of my favorite part of the game, really, because it kind of informs how the game will play. It informs the styles. Did my favorite player get their favorite champion? This is going to be a massive pop-off, that kind of thing, right? But we are already on to those bans, and Doggo will not be getting that Ezreal, not in this game 4, and it makes me wonder, and they're doing it, will they just target Doggo again? There's his smile. He's like, they're targeting me again.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to keep targeting him. He's had an incredible series, even in the losses. Doggo has been looking really good. The Ziggs game, even the Yasuo game. I say even, as if I should be surprised that Doggo can pull out the Yasuo. As Zyra gets banned. Guri did play it, but banning Zyra phase 1. It's only game 4.
Guys, come on. He didn't even win on the Zyra. It's okay. Let him have the pick. But I really think that speaks to the respect as well, right? They know that it is something that Guru can pull out. They know that we're in game 4, and with that Lee Sin used in that bot side, it's removed from the jungle pool, which prioritizes more jungle bans. That said, Pantheon still very much up and available. Xin Zhao still very much up and available. Xin Zhao at one point was the single most picked jungler in the world and the LCP, and he's just taken a nosedive after they nerfed that kind of sustain AP scaling.
Well, lock is up. Syndra as well. I think this is what you lock in. I think Syndra is the one. Yeah. You secure that, you play a normal, you can't see me, but I'm doing air quotes, bot lane. And you also threaten to put it mid, because Pout on that Akali was pretty mean. He could follow it up with a big Syndra game.
Yeah, I mean, he had a slow start on the Akali, but he was so right. He actually bounced back. I mean, he wasn't really out, but he accelerated, if you will. He definitely came into his own in that later game. So Syndra, a great pick, can flex bot, can flex mid, but come on. MVK just get the best support and the best jungler still up right now. That's a hell of a draft already.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start. Nocturne getting through is kind of incredible. You ban the Zyra, but seemingly forget the Nocturne. It's definitely a notable decision here from CFO. They do answer it with the Pantheon. This is sort of that soft, counter's the wrong word, because it doesn't counter in the 1v1, but why Nocturne warps a draft? Because you do some 1v1 side laning and then Nocturne joins, it's not a 1v1 anymore. Pantheon can do a similar thing. It's not quite as powerful as Nocturne because it doesn't turn off the lights, but it still allows you to still play the side lane.
You are able to react. It's not like you don't have any tools, you don't have any options. As a Pantheon, you go, right, that's where the Nocturne's going. I can actually respond and get there and even up that team fight very, very quickly, right? Otherwise, you just don't have that tool. Lulu picked up for CFO. They wanted to grab that support before any more support bans because they know, right, that MVK, they're probably going to keep on targeting this bot lane because they really do think that they can win heavily through this. Unfortunately, game 3, Lee Sin was not it into that Yasuo. Doggo just pulled that from downtown and they had no answer for it, but it looks like MVK, they're just like, we're going to repeat this same strategy. Bard, Nocturne, and Gnar with the Vayne banned away, as you do when you want to pick up that Gnar. Syndra, Pantheon, and Lulu. You know what? Lulu speaks to me of Yunara. I think they want to go for Yunara here on that bot side.
Yeah, Yunara would make a lot of sense. Zeri would make sense. There's plenty of other picks. I mean, even just like more traditional things. Tristana wouldn't be terrible. Lulu is pretty flexible, but definitely does speak to wanting to pick a traditional ADC. This is not one of these roaming supports that wants to leave. MVK agrees with you, as I often do. They ban out that Yunara. Where will Doggo go? Because I do think this screams that Syndra is mid.
No, I really, really do like that Yunara ban. I just think showing that Lulu so early meant that it was always going to happen. But then there's still other AD carries up and available. Caitlyn still around. Obviously, Lulu, Caitlyn, not your traditional lane, but maybe Lulu Samira, right? Samira gets in your faces, Lulu wild growths, and then suddenly this Samira is unkillable in your back lines. That could definitely be the play here. As it looks like, yep, that Caitlyn ban by CFO. Yeah, look, I'm gonna say it's gonna be a Samira. I don't think it's gonna be an MF. MF is still up. MVK, they really have to consider their options here. Hovering that way, that long range bombardment mage in the mid lane on 0 wins, 1 loss. Oh, please prove me right, CFO. Please give Doggo that Samira.
It would be incredible. The way as well is flexible, could go down to the bot side. It's almost certainly the mid lane though. Chica has had some good performances on it. What does CFO choose to show? I don't think you should reveal your ADC here. I think you should try and get a top laner. But you do sacrifice top lane counter pickers. There it is, the Tristana. The Xerath hover was a little bit crazy, but Tristana is the lock-in. I think that makes sense. It's one of the ones I called out before. Mordekaiser would be crazy. I actually think Mordekaiser's crazy here. If he can play it, Mordekaiser is insane here.
Cho'Gath though, like so many teams, it just feels like when Cho'Gath's locked, they're like, you know what, I didn't expect that and we don't have answers. And it just keeps on rearing its head. We've seen it come through in the top side for LCK. We saw it at EWC. Malphite. Okay. It will be interesting to see. I think if that's put in the top side, it's going to be a tank build Malphite, but it's still going to be such an effective fighting tool when they come to the team fighting. CFO's draft speaks of will survive lane, win game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense as Jhin is the last lock-in going towards the spot side that will allow the Bard to roam. We don't have the same problem as we did last game where there was only one damage source for MVK. They do have multiple. This is a much more standard draft and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I like that they've gone with the standard draft. Obviously, in Game 3, they kind of cooked with it. They tried to mix things up. They tried to shake things around, see if they could come out on top. And here's the thing. If they had have won with that draft, they would have been applauded as geniuses. It was so crazy that if it worked, oh my god, but it just didn't. It fell flat, unfortunately, because, yeah, only Chica on that Twisted Fate was a damage dealer. But with these more traditional compositions, they have access to more tools, more damage, so they should be able to respond better. We will find out in about 35 minutes whether CFO was able to win because they scaled up, they leveled up, or if it was because MVK, they kind of just dropped the ball in game 3. I think it's a case of they dropped the ball, but again, 35 minutes, 40 minutes, it will tell the tale as both of these teams get ready for what could potentially be the last game in tonight's best of 5 series. MVK of the VCS on match point. CFO of the PCS, 1 game. They need to reverse sweep to keep their hopes alive.
That they do, and it will be a long slog for them to do it. Reverse sweeps are incredibly rare, but they are not impossible by any means. I think they've got a good draft in this game. Shadow is on a champion he has been fantastic on, and Shamrock Malphite's been picked. The game's over.
As soon as I saw that, I knew you'd call that out. Like, CFO win from here. They've got the best skin in the game. Why not? Spirit Blossom Hui for Chica. Omega Squad Tristana for Doggo. Obviously Dark Cosmic Jin. And T1 Bard for Shulong. The shout out there for T1 over to Carrier. Good old LCK. One of the lesser known supports. I don't know if you guys follow LOL Esports. I don't know if you know who Carrier is, but he's kind of a, decent support, I would suggest here. Carrick's bot side, they're just trading a little bit, and you take
Only
a look
bold
at your
takes on the
junglers.
LCP.
Yeah, exactly. No one's going to clip that. No one's going to send that to Carrier.
I think that Faker guy might be like top 10 players of all time. Don't know where on the list. He's probably top 10. Probably.
Yeah, I mean, I hear he was like inducted into something, some legend hall-y thingamajiggy. I think it was called the Hall of Legends, first ever. He's all right there, but that's the LCK. We're in the LCP, and Shulong gets level 2 first.
SFM, were you just bored? We're chiming in already? No, fellas, I didn't get to say the punchline to my joke. No, it's like, so you guys say, who's there?
It's like, guys, I got this fantastic joke at the barbecue on the weekend. Let me tell you. And they're like, please, we're trying to play the game here. As CFO, they're zoning MVK off here, right? Because Haki's not yet level 2. He needs 1 more kill. So CFO, they were just trying to hold that wave, trying to prevent it from crashing. But there it is. And now they are on even footing. And that's the single most powerful power spike in the game. That level 1 to level 2. Because you have 2 abilities and your opponents, they only have the 1. But as you've said, Carrix, oh my god, Chica is so low.
Yeah, Chica has been chunked out early. This is often the way this matchup can go. Syndra just early on able to look for those sort of 2-spell combos, want to rip those shards out. And it is so interesting, thinking about Syndra holistically as the history of this champion, because it used to be that Syndra was this unstoppable early game bully and then fell off really hard. Now levels 1 to 3, she's actually very strong, and then she quiets down a little bit, and then late game she's going back to being an absolute terror. As Guri is here just to make sure that Chica can safely farm the rest of this wave.
Okay, so you could say Syndra peaks and troughs. She has her ups and downs. She has a couple of swings and roundabouts there as throughout the game. Does pick up the amp tome and teleports back out to that mid lane. We do see Shadow just showing face here, and level 3, those supports, they are on the roam, which we're so used to. What? Kino is going Shulong on that Bard, even goes on the magical journey with him. You're a Lulu. You wouldn't win the 1 damage.
Little Ants messes you up. Pix doesn't take any prisoners.
Yeah, no, seeing that, Shulong has been just ushered out of their own jungle as Kino will get that Scryer's Bloom across. Shulong knows exactly where he is. Doggo left to his own devices. Oh,
he should be all right. He's a little bit too fast for Haki to really get over there with that 4th shot. We've been talking a little bit about League Classic. I know they're not just gonna run the patches as they happened in real life, but I'm just saying, can we get to the one? It was like a season-ish where Lulu was a mid laner. That was a fun season. I played a lot of Lulu mid.
That's fantastic, actually. Chica is returning fire on Pout in that mid lane. SOFM, he's called in his second coach comm of the game in
Ooh,
yeah.
Pout set very low, but does get away.
Yeah, SOFM, like, he's like, oh, guys, I got another joke on the weekend. I forgot about it in the first coach comm. I'm going to tell you here now in the second one, in this valuable 45 seconds per coach comm and only 3 per game. Like, what could he be talking about so soon here? But the first rake of the game,
Ooh, a lot of damage, but Doggo is able to hop away while Haki reloads.
That's it. Good hop, skip, and a jump to safety here. Kino is back in lane.
Kratos doesn't get out. He's taught by Shadow, now has to run. We see he did set rest incredibly low, but the spear is there. First blood for CFO.
Good pick from Shadow. Right place, right time. Gets the first blood bonus. 370 gold advantage, but on the other side, Guri got that very, very fast rake. He was in the area ready as it spawned. So Guri up because he gets the jungle objective. Shadow kind of up because he gets the first blood. Hopefully, though, he's able to contest for those grubs because you don't want to give over too many objectives too fast. As we do take a look at this top side, that Nabar absolutely full. The moment he hits level 60, all ins. Great stun. But this is a Malphite. He is very, very tanky. Flash for flash, survives, and Shadow responds just in time. Rest baits him in. Beautifully played. He goes back for it, ults away. Stun from Shadow. That's all she wrote. First blood, CFO.
Yeah, but as you said, it was traded for that incredibly early dragons. Signposts where MVK thinks their bread is buttered. They want to stack up the dragons. And it also tells me that they want to fight for the grubs. That's one of the big reasons you take an early dragon, is so that your jungler is ready and available to go towards the towards the grubs, I should say. Both of them do have those semi-globals ready to go. Both mid laners are empowered to go and roam. The question will be where the supports go.
I mean, right now, Lulu is on that bot side. So is that Bard. So, bot side.
Ooh, there's the Pantheon coming in. The kill is secured as Haki is sent packing.
Yeah, and 45 seconds to the grubs as well. I think the timing on this is fantastic. I really do think Shadow's going to be able to recall, get back out to base, get back out to those grubs. But I think he's looking, as we see it again, Doggo jumps on top of Haki, nearly kills him before he can go on that magical journey. Shadow, I think it was the Comet Spear that got the job done. Shadow now ahead. He's 2 kills to 0, gets his bottom camps, is taking that recall, and he'll be back out on to the Rift. I don't know if he's going to be able to contend for the grubs, though, because he's got that run ahead of him. Shulong going to be able to get vision control, and they do have priority in that mid lane, so they are setting Guri up for these grubs. They definitely want to go for these early. They will be spotted out, and CFO, they're bringing members up. No one's in the bot lane. They want these grubs more.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and with an early 2 kills onto Shadow, I don't blame MVK for saying, all right, maybe not. I wouldn't want to go near that Pantheon either.
I mean, so far, with those 2 kills, yeah, that Pantheon is ahead, has the gold, gets the first grubs of the game. MVK, they're just eyes on. They just want to see if he only takes 2 or whether they're able to collect something off the backside. Shulong roaming to that top to just protect Kratos, who's pushed back. Doggo in control of that top lane, and there it is. CFO take all 3 grubs. They get that sieging potential for themselves with that Tristana. I think that's going to be very, very valuable, and they deny it from MVK because sometimes that's what it's about, right? It may not be best for you. It may be better for your opponents, but that's when it's the best time to take it from your opponent. So just a great macro play from CFO to collapse on those grubs and deny MVK. But we've seen Shadow proactive. We've seen him make 2 plays. He's got a couple of kills already. Where is Guri? Where is the Paranoias as Rest has caught Haki out on a recall?
Yeah, he should just be able to walk out of this one. Needed to play a little bit safe. Didn't want to get Malphite altered. He's all right as Sulong saying, I think the question is a good one. Where are the Paranoias? Where is Guri? This is a high prio champ. They picked it early and they need to get some results.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do say this, there's still plenty of space, still plenty of time for Guru to have impact. That paranoia so strong that even in the late game, it can still be very, very impactful in the team fights, disengages, initiations. But Sundered Sky coming through for Shadow, that acceleration, getting him that first item before Guri is able to complete his. He's still out in his jungle, just grinding away, getting that gold, getting that experience. We're 10 minutes in, CFO 1k up, 30 seconds to the second Drake of this game. Now, vision control is very heavily in the favor of MVK around that mid, around the entryway to both of the rivers here, right? So MVK, they want to see CFO transiting from the top to the bottom and vice versa. I like this because it is only 5 seconds to the Drake. They're going to know when CFO moves around here. Shadow, he is just pressuring this bot side, trying to get that priority so they can go for that Drake.
There's the paranoia. They find their way in onto Pout. Guri has the spell shield to stop the scatter the weak. Pout desperately trying to get over towards that blast cone. Does do it. And now Guri is in trouble. Turned to gold by the Bard. The shots are raining in. It's going to be one onto Shadow. It's not enough damage. Chica finally finds him with that spiraling despair. Kino stunned up. Do they want to keep this fight going? Kratos is not at a good point in his Narbar, but does enough damage to force Kino to flash.
Kino escapes with barely a whisker of health, and there is the paranoia. We were talking about it. Where is it? He was building for his first item. He got that proto hex tech item thingamajiggy there, and now with the super duper ultimate
hexblade.
Thank you. I knew you'd cover me. Experimental hexblade. He's able to rip those ults so much faster. And there it is, right? It was just Pout spotted on one ward, and Guri was just close enough. He's just able to wail on Pout. Pout does a good job, does try to get that ultimate off, but the Tempered Fate buys MVK all the time they need. Haki raining Hellfire upon them from maximum range, putting that Jhin to great use here. The follow-up very nearly getting Kino, but it buys them space, it buys them the priority, and now they have... We come back to life.
Sorry, we've come back to a murder. Spectators just coming in. It's like when they hard cut at the start of an episode of The Wire or something. It's just a corpse.
One day, I want to see them do like the ultra giga zoom, like right in on their corpse, you know, like the shame zoom.
So what happened here? Kratos just got malfighted. Rock solid.
Yeah,
out. There it is. Added him to the WhatsApp group. See you, mate.
Oh, Shadow, come on! You couldn't have let Rest get that kill. I mean, he did all the work.
You give it to the Pantheon. Real malfights, no.
Yeah, I know.
Any rockheads in chat?
Any Shamrock Malfight enjoyers, spam one in chat here, but we are here, and CFO, they're up. They're at an advantage, right? It doesn't feel like they're at an advantage, but they are 2k up. They're 3-1. They've got first blood. They got first turret. Every single kill is on Shadow. So he needs to be making these plays, right? He needs to be starting to get his laners ahead. He wants to start putting gold into their pockets. He doesn't need it anymore. He's a full, half item ahead of Guri. Let your teammates get ahead. Get them some gold as... Oh.
Ooh, there we go. Guri finding his way in. Does get a fear down, but the Pantheon has joined the fight. Kino hasn't fallen. Kino lives. Oh, Shadow is just one step ahead of Guri. He's constantly there first. Doggo hops over the wall. Exhausts are immediately traded. Haki wants to try and get this one, but he knows the rest of CFO are coming closer. Kratos will be the one to pick it up. Building up the Narbar. Doesn't matter. He is deleted. Good flash from Haki. Dodges Rest's ult. That wasn't teleport invested. The fights don't stop.
No, 2 members of MVK dead, 1 member of CFO. They come out on top of this one again as we see it here. It's Kino caught recalling. Shulong provides the vision. Guri lets rip with the paranoias live. Pout's just solo boloed by Chica, but we'll get back to that. And Shadow arrives in time. And this is what we called out in pre-draft, right? Pantheon is like the best answer to Nocturne. Not to like hard counter him, but to respond, to turn the fight back in favor. Here, Doggo makes a fatal mistake. He leaps over the wall into the waiting arms of Kratos and Haki, and he's just taken down. Shadow responds, takes out Kratos, so gets that one kill back, and that, as you called, flash, beautiful there. Otherwise, surely Haki would have died. We do see the Yuntal arrows over onto Doggo. We've got the Sundered Sky on Shadow as well, and a couple more items coming through there for MVK. They're down, but they're very much not out of this one, Carrick. We've seen them come back from worse.
We certainly have. Game 2 was worse, so we've seen them come back from worse today in the last hour or so. So I am not counting MVK out. They have really good tools on their team. They will be able to scale. Chica will become more and more of a problem. The issue is just getting on top of this Pantheon. It's going to be really hard. We have a minute until the Dragon. I wouldn't blame MVK for giving that one up and just not fighting into Shadow. But let's have a look at what happened here.
Yeah, we do take a look at this bot side. Oh, Chica just lands absolutely everything.
We're going to be going straight back to live as there's already been a trade of AD carries. Chica picked up one. He'll go down to Shadow in exchange. Shadow picked up his 6th kill. My word, he is getting out of hand.
Yeah, he's already got that second item fully completed with that Black Cleaver as well. He's going to be chipping away at any armor that anyone brings against him. 6 out of CFO's 7 kills are on Shadow, but Chica, he's building himself up again as like the major hope of MVK here. He's 3-1. He's 1k gold up and over Pout. But there's a lot of late game tools, dare I say, on both sides here. Syndra, that scaling menace with those shards, will get that execute online, but Kratos, equally so on that Gnar, is able to become that team fighting monster towards that mid to late game. If he's able to secure an ult onto 3-4 members of CFO, it could be over in one go here, but CFO with their strong, their powerful jungler Shadow take the Drake. MVK though, they make the great call. They start the Rift Herald. CFO
it's too late, though.
Not letting them get away with it. Yeah.
It was too slow. They just didn't really have the damage. There's no Pantheon ult to jump straight into this one. But Pout can see what's going on. I think this is gonna have to just reset. I actually think Guri made a mistake not letting that reset. Now Shadow just comes in, says TY for leash. There's the paranoia. Doggo is just gonna kill him, and MVK are falling apart.
Yeah,
oh, hang on. They could get something back onto rest, but no. He says, I'm out of here. Dodges the lightning bolt as well.
Yeah, I love that. He held his ultimate to the last possible second, ults away, avoids everything, and nothing given to MVK. So CFO, they take Guri, they take the Rift Herald, and Rest survives in the mid, where a couple of ultimates are committed against them. We see the replay here. Doggo in the faces of 2, and he's able to, he goes down there, but Shadow responds in the nick of time. Tempered Fate misses, and Chica goes, this was actually the play from like 5 minutes ago now. I'm kind of realizing we're back to live though. CFO, 3k gold over MVK at 18 minutes. That is something to write home about. It's pretty decent here. Doggo,
yeah.
Navori, Flicker Blades, and Yuntals, so he does have half an item advantage over Haki, but the gold difference, it's 3k in favor of CFO. It's 3k on Shadow. He is CFO right now. If MVK can get a shutdown onto Shadow, they stand a real chance of winning the next team fight.
That they do. That they do. If Chica can find a big spiraling despair, if they can get a Bard ult down on whoever Shadow is engaging on, if they can blunt that initial Pantheon burst, MVK can find their way into a fight. It's not easy, but it is an angle that works. From CFO's
100%.
side, you almost don't need to accelerate. You can kind of just let Doggo and Pout scale at this point.
Yeah, I mean, with Shadow so far ahead, they just have that threat, right? That omnipresent threat. And if they don't give kills over, if they don't let MVK find ways back in, then yeah, you're so right. I feel like CFO, they can pump the brakes, they can slow it down, and they can scale and play for that late game. They've got all the tools they need. Rest, building that armor. So Nocturne, Jhin, he's going to be able to prevent a lot of their damage as Jhin just completes that Storm Surge here too. Shadow himself, no slouch with that Aegis, has a sustain with that Sundered Sky, will be able to heal up in the middle of the combat. That said, I do like the Merc Treads coming through for MVK. They respect the CC that CFO have brought to the Rift here in this Game 4. Baron now up. MVK making moves to the bot side. Pout needs to be careful, but Shadow lurking, waiting, ready to apply his advantages.
Yeah, just playing aggressive, but not too aggressive. Sometimes the problem Shadow falls into is just going a little bit too far. He's not doing that here. As the tower goes down, Bard ultimate is used, finds nothing as Sulong goes low, but here they go. The Spiraling Despair linking up with that Jhin ult. Chica getting over the wall, flashing away from Shadow. He does live as in comes the Malphite. Brings the Unstoppable Force in, takes down the Hui, but look at Haki on the backside running through CFO. It is Shadow and Rest to try and put him to the test. He reloads. He needs to fire. He can't do it in time as Shadow brings the spear and locks in the fight.
Shadow throws up the Shaka emote on the back end. He knows that they just stomped MVK in that fight. 4 for 2. They'll take that every day of the week. This Pantheon, 8, 1, and 2. I'm glad we called that in the draft as well. We're like, wait, these junglers are open. Yeah, we didn't get the Nocturne, but we did call the Pantheon, and it's proving the difference. That Tempered Fate missed, dare I say, critically. It would have locked down 2 members of CFO as MVK were collapsing and turned the tides. But Shadow, so fast here. The Nocturne on the back end, he does let rip with the ult. They do take down Kino, but Pout lives for so long here that I really do think it brought all that time for Rest and Shadow to find their way back in. Even when Shadow was low, he still had that Aegis, so Guru was not able to turn it back around. And like you said, Jhin caught, trying to reload, unable to apply that damage, and CFO happy with that team fight win. They're gonna get the 4th Drake of the game. It will be an Infernal Soul, whomsoever is able to secure that one. And again, Baron still up on the Rift here. 4.5k gold diff over to CFO. They're looking different, Carricks. They're looking in control here in this Game 4.
Yeah, the 100% they are. They look like they know exactly where they need to be at all times on the map. They're playing perfectly off each other. Rest in that fight basically soloed out 2 people. Of course, Chica was very low, but he picked up the 2nd kill as well, whereas Kratos basically did not make an impact. And this is without Doggo really doing a huge amount. Let's have a look at this replay as, oh no, I think we're about to see another post-hoc murder.
Yep. That was quick as you please. A fantastic ult there from Rest, knocking Kratos up as he's still in that death timer, and it bought Doggo all the time he needed to be able to apply as much damage in that window to amplify it using those skills as Shadow goes in and Guri just pops the thumbs up. He's like, I'm out of here. Good Tempered Fate there to save that tower. That Rift Herald unfortunately blunted. That is the risk when you play with the Rift Herald into a Bard. They just Tempered Fate the tower, they save it, and your Rift Herald value is like absolutely minimized here. But I'm looking at MVK. I'm trying to figure out how they get back into this one. Kratos, like you said, is not having much impact. Guri is trying to make plays happen, but I feel like when he goes in, it's almost too late. He's not the initiator, he's the responder. And it's Shadow who's pulling the trigger on all these fights. They need to set
Shadow
Chica up.
Gone crazy.
Yeah, 100% Shadow. But they need to set Chica up for success, right? That long we might be in for another fight.
Should be okay with a spell shield. No, he's caught right as he gets to the mouth of the tunnel. That's just going to be Baron. Baron dies incredibly fast to this comp, and now there's no smite for MVK. Doggo just chunks Kratos out to make sure that he can't participate in the fight. This is just going to be Baron.
Yeah, I mean,
I can smell a game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Doggo, like, this Tristana has been picked as a counter to Gnar in the top side multiple times, so this Tristana is doing so much work on this Jhin, on this Gnar, and there it is. CFO, they take out Guri, they repel Kratos, they secure themselves Baron here in this game 4. They are putting together every win condition that they need to go to a game 5 here. Like, the threat of a reverse sweep against MVK is real right now, Carrix, and it's all off the back of Shadow. He has set them up so well in this early game. Guri just can't do anything in the face of this Pantheon's aggression.
I mean, I don't know how they come back into this one. Rest is massive on the Malphite. Jhin just doesn't cut through Malphites nearly effectively enough. Chica is going to do a lot of damage on the way, but the issue is because Chica is the only real threat, you just throw both of them at him. You just go, okay, Shadow clicks on him and Rest clicks on him, and it's like, okay, he's dead now. Normally that's bad because it's like, oh, you've used everything on one target, but only one target matters right now.
Yeah, but don't forget that is a Jhin. That 3-item power spike just coming through has picked up that LDR as we get some multi-game gold differences here. The last 3 matches of CFO and MVK. I like that graph. That was a new graph there, Carrick's. Guri, he has picked up that Stride Breaker as well, but Shadow, a full item ahead, has that GA. He will be engaging fearlessly. MVK need to be so careful here as CFO, they are applying this Baron fantastically. They are sieging up MVK.
Yeah, they are just pushing these waves in. Shadow can always join the team. Has that ultimate, can just jump in. There's the Bard ult. They're going to open up with the Jhin. Rest is going to block all of these shots, though. It's barely going to tickle him unless Pout leaves the lineup. It doesn't, and then in they go. Sulong step too far forward. Rest surfs his way in. Now the Nocturne has to find something. They have to just turn around, just go on to Shadow. They gnar him into the wall. They do pop the GA, but it's just the GA. Do they have time for the rest of this fight? I don't think they do. With a revitalized Malphite coming in with the shield, the tower will fall.
I just love that so much. Rest just stood there tanking the world and then goes, right, you're dead. Ults in. Doggo follows. Like, Doggo can do no wrong right now. 5, 3, and 4. 3.5 items, including an IE. Haki just had no response, was unable to
try
escape.
and find their way onto Kino. There's a teleport coming. It's the Syndra arriving. The Pantheon not too far away. Has the ult, but they do get that initial kill. Shadow jumps forward onto Chica, doesn't kill him, and falls down with a huge shutdown. Rest needs to try and make something happen. Will get Chica. They get the Gnar on the other side. Kratos falls, and Rest is just too tanky. No one can threaten him. Stun on Guri, the bomb's on his head, but they're just going to take the inhib and settle for that.
I genuinely thought CFO had overstepped. I really thought MVK had found an angle back into this one here on this bot side play. As we take a look at the extended trade, again, the Tempered Fate, it does set MVK up, but Rest too tanky. Gets through his shields, but he has so much armor. And then I just love it. He stands there, blocks everything, and then goes, right, you're dead, mate, and ults in. Doggo with the quick follow-up, able to execute on that. And he is just left untouched on the other side. Like you called, MVK collapse onto Shadow, but they only get his GA because CFO, they turn up. They defend their jungler. Back in live. Another fight brewing. Rest has found his way onto Sulong on that Bard. He needs to be careful.
Yeah, Doggo's just going to jump forward. Haki in trouble. The bomb will kill him. We cut to live as there's Rest just surfing in. Sulong has been detonated. Haki manages to get over the wall, but there's just not enough as Kratos is actually pushed out. Lucky stuff by him, but it doesn't matter because the fight is lost. Shadow will arrive and the Gnar will fall. MVK once again pushed to the brink.
And CFO are the ones doing it. It's not like MVK are making any mistakes. It's just CFO overwhelming them. Shadow is omnipresent. Shadow is everywhere this game. I don't know how the rest of this game will turn out. I feel like it's going to be CFO taking the Nexus, but I have to feel like no matter how it goes, Shadow is my player of this game in particular. She's just making everything happen. MVK, they could lose here.
Yeah, they are in some real trouble. Sulong taken down. There's a stun on Guri at the same time. He has no chance to do anything back, just has to limp away. The third in him falls, and you can't come back once that happens. The Jin bullets going in onto Pout, but even if he lands the last, it's not enough to kill. This is the last stand for MVK, and they have fallen immediately. Triple kill to Doggo. And there it is. Can you hear that music? The scrapes are silver because we are going to Game 5.
CFO are one game away from reverse sweeping MVK here in tonight's BO5. They were in shambles, they were routed, they were down, nearly out, 0-2 against MVK, but CFO have found a way back in. They're looking so good, they're looking so strong right now, Carrix. That mental resilience, I've got to put it out there. Is this the CFO of 2025 returned? Doggo, he was enabled. Rest would just set him up. Doggo jumped on top of them and delivered the damage that needed to be dealt. The tankiness of that Malphite, impossible for MVK to cut through.
Logan, after game 2, I didn't think it was possible for CFO to come back in this series. But here they are. It's a best of 1 now. Who do we favor?
I mean, ultimately my prediction was 3-2 for CFO, so I'm going to continue to have faith in CFO. I think CFO can do it from here. Even with MVK heavily targeting Doggo with so many bans, he still found ways to have impact. He had that Yasuo, which he pulled out, admittedly into a Lee Sin, so he had the advantage, but it still popped off in the team fights. He made this Tristana work. It was such a strong pick into the Jhin and a counter to that Gnar that Kratos just had no impact in this game. My money for Game 5 is on CFO.
I have to believe in MVK getting back on their feet. Reverse sweeps are so rare in League of Legends. CFO would have to dig deep and find one more draft.
Yeah, I believe they can do it though. Like, we've seen MVK, they get really creative, they get really spicy, sometimes a little too creative. Some of you might contest, but I think both of these teams, and to be fair, have the ingredients to make it happen. I just think CFO, they found their stride at the right time. They held on just long enough in Game 3 to take that victory. They've been strong here in this Game 4 off the back of Shadow. They were really able to leverage the advantages this Pantheon was applying across the Rift. If Shadow can have another banger of a game like that and CFO rally around him, I see them winning easily. If Doggo is able to get one single strong AD carry in this Game 5, I think their hopes, I think their dreams are well and truly alive for this Game 5 here. As this is just like, look at Rest. Like you said, he just didn't even take damage. The third shot finally got through his shields.
Yeah, exactly. I think as soon as this Malphite was picked, it was picked at the tail end of the draft. It was kind of already written on the wall that the damage just wasn't going to be there. Chica does his absolute best all game, but he's playing in a mobile way into a fed Pantheon and a Malphite. Not a lot you can do. You can only fear one of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he even gets the Spiraling Despair off onto Doggo there. And Lulu with the Wild Growth just ults Doggo as he's jumping on the heads of every member of MVK. They couldn't even kill Doggo on the Tristana because there was so much frontline, because there was so much healing and support. Like, it was just a crazy composition that CFO absolutely executed on. But before we throw to break here, Carrick, any final thoughts on that Game 4? Because you can hear it. Silver Scrapes.
Game 4's over. It's only Game 5. Play the music. Let's get back to it.
That's it, that's it. In a short moment, we will throw to a break because we have that Game 5 ahead of us here in the LCP. We have a potential reverse sweep. Both teams on match point, both teams in contention for number 2 seeding. But that's it from us. Come back after the break because here in the LCP, we're made for BO5 bangers. Put your phones in the air like you just don't care. It's Silver Scrapes. I can't believe we're saying this, Carrix, but it is 2 aside. CFO have found their mojo, they've found their energy, and it's a BO1.
We've come all the way. So many champions now removed by the Fearless system. We're going to have to pull out things that are wacky and wonderful. And given that in Game 3 we played Lee Sin bot, we could be going anywhere.
Not just Lee Sin bot, but... Yeah, well, why not? But yeah, Lee Sin bot and Yasuo bot. Yes, Yasuo less unusual, but in a Game 3, that still feels highly unusual. And so many junglers now gone. I almost struggle to think of any junglers left. Do we get maybe a Warwick in the game? Like, MVK, they're the ones that are known for having interesting picks, right? Like, if Poppy's not banned, we might see her in the jungle. We might see Xin Zhao. He's still up. Skarner, Sejuani. But it's going to be comp dependent, obviously. But if you get a Sejuani, you could put together a really, really tanky composition and maybe go for that Protect the President build that we were talking about earlier when Jinx was hovered.
I mean, there could be anything here, Logan. I hesitate to try and predict this draft. I think I agree with you that Xin Zhao has skyrocketed in priority. The fact that he's still available is kind of crazy. Skarner as well, I agree. But I really do think these two teams are pulling out strats from the absolute back of the coach's strat book. I'm keen to see where we go Game 5. Game 5 is often where people say that Fearless feels awesome for games 1 through 4, and then Game 5 feels really wacky, and sometimes teams just instantly lose in draft. I think these two teams are good enough that that's not going to happen, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, like, credit to both of these teams. I think CFO, they have the depth of experience, both with their coaching staff and their players. I think MVK, they absolutely have the experience with their coaching staff, and they have the creativity to pull off these deep Fearlesses in this best of 5, in this 5th game, like you were saying. So I think they're both capable. I think they're both competent as they do ready up for us to go into this draft. I fully expect Camille to still... Nautilus to be banned away, and Guri Zyra banned again. This makes sense in Game 5, Carrix. Definitely here in Game 5.
Yeah, they're really worried about this potential Zyra pick coming out. I agree with you that it makes a lot of sense with how many junglers have been removed. He could be pushed onto that. Galio taken away as well. I think that's something that CFO has had a lot of success on throughout the Swiss stage, so I don't mind that ban at all. I still think Xin Zhao's a really good shout out. It's either got to be banned or picked.
We will see Xin Zhao this game, but like you said, whether it's banned or picked, that remains to be seen. We still do have the Poppy not yet banned, and just taking a look at all of those. Yumi! Interesting! So I think that Doggo and Kino would have gone that Zeri Yumi combo, maybe. Not a high band pit like Prio, but I don't know.
No.
Do you like that one?
It's a very interesting choice. I mean, you had first pick, so you didn't need to ban the Ezreal. You want to force them to do it, which works. This does also leave the lock open. So Chica, he opened the split on lock, and now he's here to potentially close out this series.
I do like this pick for Locke. For Locke, I do like this pick for Chica. He has played Locke twice so far with a 50% win rate. Have said a couple of times that he's very, very early game, but because it's a case of, you need more time to practice to play him a bit better, he's definitely starting to stay strong through that mid game as well. But Doggo able to get his hands on that Lucian and Kino with the Milio. So they have put priority, they have put power finally into the bot lane for CFO, because MVK, they barely banned against it. They were just like, yep, look, we ban against Doggo and we're still losing, so we may as well ban somewhere else.
There's the Caitlyn Karma. Okay, this bot lane is going to be an absolute bloodbath. All eyes on bot this game.
Oh, absolutely. It's almost a shame it's not a Lux though, right? Because I really do feel like the Lux Caitlyn combo has more sort of CC. Obviously, Karma does have her root though, is able to run fast and set up that Caitlyn to get those snap traps underneath their feet. I love Aurora. I don't know if I love her as a pick in this game right now, but I just generally love an Aurora with that ultimate, able to have so much movement. Once she's online, that sort of 3-item power spike can literally kind of one-shot combo you down. So a lot of explosive potential here. If Doggo can get a good culling onto someone, it's lights out. This, so far, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Carriex, but so far, games 1 through 4, they've been really, really slow up until around 20 minutes. This one doesn't feel like it's going to go that way.
I think game 2 and 4 were pretty quick, but definitely games 1 and 3 were very slow. Shadow got off to the races pretty quick last game.
That's true.
But we'll have to see if he can do that again. We still don't know where he's going, as looks like top lane is being attacked. Aatrox, of course, is a little bit of a flex ban, particularly against Guri. And I'm still waiting for Xin Zhao.
Yeah, are they going to ban him or are they going to play around him? If I'm thinking Xin Zhao, I think MVK would prefer Xin Zhao. That Crescent Guard being able to repel CFO trying to get on top of that Caitlyn. Varus banned away, so they think that Varus was going to be picked for Kratos into the top lane, so they're trying to protect their top side pick. Who's left in the top lane? I mean, Olaf was picked in game 1. Renekton's still up. Maybe they're trying to protect
still up,
Renekton pick?
Could go a lot of ways. I think top lane is a hard lane to ban out. You can remove power, but it's hard to really, really push people down the totem pole, as Doggo's just hovering stuff. Let's wait for a lock-in. I'm not going to react to the cherry gap until it stops blinking.
I love how there's some players who literally just hover for fun. 75% of their selection, they're just hover random stuff. Why not? Shen did not see the Rift tonight as well. It's unusual. There it is, Renekton. Yeah.
But can just be answered with a Vayne. Now, that is a bit of a risky pick. If you misplay as Vayne, you do just die to Renekton. But if you don't misplay, you handle the lane fairly comfortably. So Kratos could lock that in, play very, very aggressive, and try and just take rest out of contention this game.
Yeah, I think his job would be to keep Renekton down as he does lock that in. It won't be to hard win the game. I don't think you're going to run Renekton down and out and get yours come out of that laning phase very far ahead. I think you're going to keep rest behind, and you're going to try and get that Renekton out of lane weaker. But we do see Skarner being hovered. This could be a good jungle pick.
Skarner a lot. I like Skarner a lot. This is it's a champion that can tower dive really well. You want to go up there. I think the idea, you want to take rest out of this game. You want to go up there. You want to use the Skarner to tower dive. You want to kill this Renekton on repeat.
Yeah, absolutely. Combine that with the Condemn. Combine that with the Skarner combo. Renekton's not going to be able to do anything. Rest is just going to be stuck under that tower.
Sejuani.
I do like Sejuani. The tankiness coming through here for CFO. Renekton diving backline, fantastic engage tool coming out of Sejuani. The damage from Lucian. Both comps are good in different ways. CFO's it just feels a little easier to execute.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think CFO is playing a bit more of the quote-unquote standard draft. They should all know where they need to be in the battle lines, while MVK are playing a very mixed comp. They've got that Vayne top, of course. They've got Locke going in trying to get one-shots, but his target is not super clear. It's hard to get onto Illusion when he'll have Emilio helping him out constantly. Aurora, it's one of those things where it's like, well, you'd love to kill Aurora, but then you go to their backlines. It's like, Aurora's not here because Aurora's also diving. It's not going to be super easy for Chica to have good target selection, but if he can manage it this game, I do think they put together a really good draft.
Yeah, 100%. I do like MVK's comp. It's interesting. It's a bit different. It feels a little harder to execute on, but if they're able to execute it, it could be much, much harder for CFO to kind of find a response into it because of the flexibility, because of the options, because of the chain CC, like we were calling that condemn, that scan and knock into the wall is stunning. But we are on Summoner's Rift for Game 5 of tonight's best of 5 between CFO and MVK. No matter what happens in about 40 minutes time, we will find out who will be our second seed and avoid Team Secret Whales, and who will arguably, unfortunately, have to face off against Team Secret Whales.
Yeah, you do not want to take on Secret Whales when your world's spot is on the line. As we go on through, MVK meeting CFO in this brush. Aggressive stuff from the CFO bot lane. But do they want to keep this up into headshots from the Caitlyn?
No, they don't. They back away. Go away, not today. A bit of trading back and forth there. A couple of health potions, but that should be all she wrote. Heal and exhaust used by MVK, but CFO, they still have the heal on their side. So summoner advantage, CFO right now. SRFM, he loves these early coach comps. He's already using his first one as Guri. He's able to get in and steal Shadow's red buff, that cheeky bugger.
Yeah, and there's a ward on the Raptors as well, so should be able to know if Shadow tries to just quickly cross map and potentially do something with that, try and ambush him with a lock. So I think this may actually just be Shadow just kind of getting 3-buffed.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like early jungle diff already. They do have vision, though, with Shadow down the side. Kratos using his range advantage well. This is how you expect top lane. Yeah, you would expect top lane to go. They're not going to see him into the jungle here. That's pretty good. But this is how you would expect top lane to go, right? Kratos has that range advantage, rest melee on that Renekton, so Kratos should come out of this lane ahead. He should come out of this lane strong. Rest not scared.
Rest goes in, tries to get damage. The exhaust is used. SFM uses the second coach comp. I don't know if this tells me that this comp maybe wasn't practiced enough and he feels like he needs to run through things, or he just likes chatting with the boys.
I mean, why not, right? It's a game 5.
Hang on. This is trouble as Kratos has just gone down, just falling to the flash forward.
And this is what we were talking about. We wanted Shadow to maintain that initiative, to maintain that proactivity. He will be slightly punished here. Guri able to take that scuttle crab. But Shadow is making plays happen. He's in the right area at the right time. He's communicating, and they get first blood. And it's on to Shadow. And I dare say that's everything you want, because it will keep Shadow on an even keel with Kratos on that Vayne. He'll be able to stay relevant. He'll be able to stay competitive as supports are roaming. Kino needs to be careful.
They do spot him out as we'll steal away these Raptors. And these jungle paths have been so... Oh, it's SFM! He's here again!
He can't stop. He's like, hey guys, me again. So, did you hear the joke that my grandma told me last weekend? Oh, did I talk to you about it in Game 4? Well, I've got to tell you again, you've got to remember it because, like, if I forget it, I need to rely on you guys here. But, like, this is unreal.
No, you don't get it. It's a pun. Like, you...
Pun? He's not here in the game. But I genuinely think SOFM wants to use all of his coach comms to try and, like, lay the foundations for this game and then get out of the booth. Because once you've used your third coach comm, you literally have to leave the room. That's part of the rules of this coach comm situation. So there he goes. Takes his headset off. He's like, good luck, boys. Hope you remember that joke. I'm going to pop quiz you after the game.
Yeah, if you see, the coaches for the coach comms are sort of in like a sealed booth. As Sulong manages to get back to the tower. There is a collapse for MVK, but this is 4 members of CFO hovering around. Look at that brush. You do not want to step up. You're just going to get a headshot. It's Doggo that takes it. This was 4 members of CFO moving in the end for a gromp.
I mean, hey, you've got to get your jungler ahead, or at least
the most beloved gromp of all time.
True. I mean, yeah. The Gromp has had significant impact in League of Legends across all of the years, has killed a couple of champions as well in the back ends of some fights with low health bars. But it will not be today. CFO brought 4 members for the Raid Gromp as Kratos, he is still using that range advantage to, you know, his benefit. That's what you'd want. Kino patiently waiting here. Does have to be careful though. Guri in the area. Shadow coming down.
Ooh, Sulong has to burn this flash. I don't think he'll be able to get away from this one. And no, they call it off because here comes Chica looking to find himself some kills. Gets the first one, goes under the tower for a second. Does die on the end to Shadow, but you'll take that every day of the week.
2 for 1. They get something back. Guri just farming this Drake the entire time. Never even came down to join the fight. We're 6 minutes in, 2 kills apiece. Guri with the first jungle objective on that Drake. And this is the MVK we've seen a few times here tonight. They're really prioritizing these jungle objectives. They're going for them hard, fast, and early while they make a play on bot side. But this time it was CFO that made the play. They brought 3 members down. They
hang on a second.
Exhaust.
In live, we have another fight going as they've slammed into the wall. Doggo falls to Chica. Guri manages, doesn't get away. Shadow finds the CC. Good kick away there by Kino. I think saves Shadow's life. He will be rooted up. Is there the damage? It's Lock. Of course there's the damage. As Chica's 4-1. I'm scared.
This is an accelerated Lock. Like nearly 1,000 gold up over Pout. Where has Pout been every one of these fights? Late. That's where Pout has been. Because this Lock with Chica, he's getting all of this priority as we do go for this replay. Guri, he just went in for a jungle camp and he gets punished. He tries to turn it back around. He locks Doggo down, so they do get the kill over. Great job by Guri. And then they just get Shadow on the back end as well. Like, you can't do this. Guri aggressed forward. CFO responded and CFO lost heavily in that fight just over the jungle camp here. It's hop off. Yeah, and he deserves to, right? Because he's literally 100% of MVK's kills onto CFO right now. To say that, like, Chica is their win condition is not an understatement. And it's only 7 minutes in.
Yeah, as more damage coming in from Chica as, the Sejuani ult locks Guri down. This is a Skarner, though. He is tanky, can get through the wall, and does manage to get away.
Yeah, he does. He gets away. You love it when you get away, right? Because you're not dying. You're able to have presence on the Rift. You're able to farm your camps up as Chica pushes in that mid wave. And interestingly, he is down in CS to Pout. Kind of expected because obviously Aurora has that range. But Locke does have his nails too. And the single highest gold farming champ on the Rift so far. Honestly, Chica, most games has been phenomenal here tonight in the best of 5 series. He's just finding angles. He's getting advantage. Doggo takes 50% of Chica's health in like one burst. It's kind of crazy to watch here. But we take a look across the Rift, right? We're 9 minutes in. Only
Ooh,
800
hang on,
gold.
the final
over
hour
MVK.
is coming in as Kratos is coming in, trying to take down Rest. Traded the Dominus, the exhaust is there. He wants to go under the tower. The stuns are in. He'll get some healing. The tower shots will do it. Rest takes the kill.
Rest has seen Vayne before. He knows her tricks and he shuts Kratos down beautifully, timing that stun under the turret. He knew Kratos couldn't resist the temptation of a nearly dead crocodile. He knew that Kratos wanted some new crocodile skin boots, but he just wasn't going to get it here tonight. Well played by Rest, punishing that aggression. We see it here again, right? Rest goes in. Kratos decides now is the moment. Pops that ultimate in just a second because he's like, I'm going to run at you real fast. Rest does a great job here preventing that condemn coming through. There it is. The flash stun under the turret, and it gets the job.
Oh, hang on. We
done.
come back in for a big fight as Guri has locked up two, drags them over the traps. Chica picks up one. Chica picks up two. Will go down to the tower on the other side as Pout has finally arrived to one of these plays and will be rewarded with a triple kill. They're just going to delay, cost Haki more time, and down he goes finally.
Yeah, Haki there doing the best job he possibly could. I did like that he went back toward that turret to make sure he died a bit quicker. He got a ward down too, so in the future they'll be able to do a deep TP play. But we take a look at this one again. The MVK had 4 members here. They had the numbers advantage. Great ultimate from Guri there as well onto 2, but here comes Pout. He finally shows up and he immediately blasts MVK off the roof, securing 2 kills, avoiding that counterpunch from Haki. Shadow knows his job is done. He's just like, hey, how's it going? I'm out of here. Good luck. Have fun. And triple over to Pout. That mid laner very much in the game now. That said, Chica still 6-2. He is formidable. You cannot underestimate him. The gold, though, back in favor of CFO. 11 minutes. Drake is now up. Who will go for it first? Judging by those pings, it's going to be MVK.
Makes sense. MVK are able to set up the zone, get trap lines down with the Caitlyn. I don't think CFO want to play around this one. Too much of their power is Rest on the top side, which has turned into a real disaster for MVK. You pick Vayne to win this lane. You are now 0-2 and down in farm. That's not what they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it before the game really kicked off, right? We're like, your job as Vayne is to keep Rest down. Plain and simple. But Rest is like a completed item and half a new item over Vayne. Yes, Vayne is taking that recall right now. Kratos will pick up his first item, but this is not what you wanted to see. Rest is the single largest gold lead in the game for CFO right now. So if MVK are able to get onto that Renekton and shut him down, then they'll find an angle. They'll find a win. But this is a Renekton. He has the sustain. He has the stride breaker. He's going to be slowing a lot of MVK down, which is going to get CFO a lot of access, be able to layer that damage, which could be detrimental to their health because damage sucks.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, as we have a bit of a scuffle. Ooh, Shadow finds his way in onto Haki. The damage onto Sulong is immense, but not quite enough, as now the turn comes in. Shadow goes down to the burst of Chica. The culling, not quite good enough. Chica, very deep, does just jump himself back over the wall. MVK will get one, get out as Kratos. You don't do it again. Don't fall for it again, as he'll get the kill, but he goes down to the tower shot. That's worth, I guess.
I mean, it's 1 for 1, and Rest didn't have a shutdown bonus, so it's not like it takes much away from him. Rest is a great job there to kill Kratos again. Like, he's just playing that marvelously. He's at least staying even in that situation, so really well played there. Kratos, again, like, I know you've got to have that killer instinct. I know you've got to go for these kills, but sometimes you've got to recognize, sometimes you've got to acknowledge when it is time to back off. Like this fight here. Shadow, he finds a way onto Haki. They get Sulong low real early. Pout gets on the back line, but Shadow is caught by Guri, goes down to Chica. Chica farming kills in this game as CFO keep Doggo safe on the back end and retreat. I like the play, but Chica, You can't keep getting every single kill. They've got the Lichbane. They've got the needlessly large rod. They've got a 5-stack Dark Seal. In fact, you know what? Keep giving Chica kills. I want to see him get a penta.
Well, we'll see if he can truly banish his demons and bring MVK out of purgatory. As they're on this tower, Pout gonna try and make it happen. Has cleared the way, but Guri very tanky. Needs to find his way out from under this tower, though. It's really beginning to stack up, but Shadow going low. Shadow dodges the Peacemaker. Will survive. They'll block the ace in the hole for him.
Yeah, good job there. That's the mid laner you want. Someone willing to jump in front of an ace in the hole. As CFO, they crack open that top side tier 1. Doggo just farming gold all the while. But MVK, no slouches. They crack open the mid tier 1 of CFO's defenses. This map starting to open up. Plays, flanks, able to happen here. Shadow's Heartsteel has more stacks than Guri's Heartsteel right now, so he's a little bit healthier. Has that Kindle Gem, but Guri has a little bit of MR in order to be able to counter what that Aurora in the mid lane wants to do. Pout locks in the belt, Doggo, Essence Reaver, Haki, Hextep Optics. These items, they're coming online. They're starting to punch and hurt. And MVK's vision line, spectacular. Straight down the middle. They will see CFO anytime they try to make a play.
They will, but can they react in time and correctly? That has been the test so far. As just fighting for vision around these Phallites. Doggo rips the culling just to make sure everything works out. And oh, lovely ult there. Shadow locks Haki up. He has no hope of escape. Doggo takes down his opposite number. Kratos arrives in the fight, has to immediately final hour just to run. Can they find anything on the backside? No, they cannot. And with the Caitlyn off the map, that is going to be Rift Herald for CFO.
Clean as you please coming out of CFO there. Great play from them. They do take the fight. MVK won't let them have this Rift Herald for free, though. They do want to contest this. They're clearing vision. Guri trying to get something, but he's poked away.
They're going to call that one off. They just want to make sure that CFO has to leave all 5 members there. They're not going to try and be cheeky. Chica, he'll be cheeky. Is had a look towards Rest, decided against it though.
Yeah, I mean, Rest does have those boots as well, so he's got that physical damage reduction, but, you know, it's a lock. That's an AP assassin. He does not care about that. It's probably the stride breaker that hurts the most. As MVK, they've turned on the Drake.
Yeah, there's a teleport coming in. Rest is here with that big quest shield. Obviously, not something that Kratos will have access to. Battle Herald has been summoned up. It'll look for Guri, will knock him up, but just zoning him away at the moment. 4,000 health on the dragon. Guri will be able to get close enough to make it a smite bite. There's the Purgatory going out. CFO, what can you do as Pout on the backside? They've zoned out Chica. They've taken him down, but look, it's immediately traded for Doggo on the other side of the fight. MVK, can you burst the dragon? They can. Shadow can't get in range for the smite as Sulong holds him up for just a moment. Pout now trying to deal some damage. Kratos trying to warn of the encroaching Rest who comes in, lands a big stun, takes Haki out of the fight. Sulong can do nothing as MVK, they got the dragon, but they have lost everyone.
CFO started that fight so well, and then halfway through it, they lose the Drake. MVK rally, but then Rest, he just comes from behind and takes out MVK, getting a double on the backside as we see it here again. The Battle Herald from Shadow, good to zone them away. Gets a little knock up on Guri, but the ult there from Pout onto multiple members of CFO, from Chica, fantastic. However, CFO's response extremely quick. Doggo on the bot side, slammed into a wall. Kratos free firing. Kino does everything he can to save him, but here comes Rest. He comes from behind, right? MVK, they're so focused on Pout and Shadow that they just let Rest come into the back lines. He was on vision, and he takes out 2. Kratos had to run away. Nothing left in the tank there as 3 members of CFO look to close out that deal. The kick just missing the vein. CFO very much online. 3.5k gold lead at 18 minutes. However, MVK, they're on soul point. they get one more Drake in 3.5 minutes, they'll have a Mountain Soul, which could help reduce the advantage that Doggo has on this Lucian. So, CFO, they have to respond.
That they do, as Shadow will be the response going in. Haki immediately chunked incredibly low. Guri threatens to kidnap him, but doesn't quite go for it. This mid lane tower on the next wave, I think, will be falling. CFO will get even further ahead, one step closer to the reverse sweep and to dodging Team Secret Whales on their way to an LCP split win.
Yeah, I mean, if ever there was an incentive, that's a pretty good one. Guri, though, flanking Doggo.
Yeah, can't just go through Shadow, can't just ignore this Sejuani, and it's going to become more and more of a problem with how much space Shadow is able to buy. Rest on the top side, currently uncontested. They probably need... They don't have a teleport to send in.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get a lot down. Okay, no, he just wanted to crack that crystalline growth and bail, so he gets a nice... Oh, TP, Shadow got an angle.
Yeah, they sent Rest up there for long enough that someone had to respond so CFO could fight mid. Haki does manage to get away for now, needs to dodge this Aurora. Easier said than done, but done well as he manages to kite his way away. Do MVK want to try and take something on the backside? They have a flank angle from Kratos. He's not spotted yet, but I think CFO have stuck together well enough. I don't think they'll give an angle for Kratos or Chica to pick off a straggler.
Yeah, that ace in the hole did nothing to Shadow. That was a great initiative from CFO there to try and make that play. Shadow's feeling himself there. They tried to make something happen, but MVK were able to pull away, disengage. They tried to counterpunch, and CFO in kind stepped back. Very respectful gameplay. No real signs of over-aggression here, and that's the telltale sign of experienced teams. It's tempered aggression. It's knowing when to sheathe your sword and knowing when to draw it. So I like that play. CFO, 3.9k up, 14 kills to 9, 1 minute till the 4th Drake of the game, but Baron is up. MVK could force CFO to go for the Drake while they go for the Baron. It's a classic jungle objective play. CFO, they are setting up around this Drake though, so it says to me that they want to rob MVK of this Mountain Soul.
I think the problem with doing that trade is that at 21 minutes, you just don't kill Baron that fast. He is tank, he is Chica, backs himself against Pout, but the jump away, as well as the rocket belt, will make him back off and just try and probably catch a wave. Nope, he's just going to recall for now.
Yeah, really good way to space out that lock. Lock is extremely fast. Rest might be caught.
Rest, he's in trouble. Put into the wall, impaled. Kratos is here. Rest pops a Dominus. He's got a lot of healing, but it's not going to be enough. He goes down 15 seconds before Dragon.
Yeah, that's disastrous timing there. 4 members of MVK on that bot side take out Rest. It might seem like an overcommitment, but to me it wasn't enough. They should have brought everybody because now the Drake is up. Now it's MVK 5v4. CFO, they have to respond to this. They can't just let it go over, but they are at a disadvantage. Chica trying to get a good flank angle.
Yeah, MVK need to find the fight. You don't want to let this just be a 50-50 smite, even though Guri has been excellent with the smite finger. Kratos stepping up. Got to be careful. You need to be behind Guri. Haki doing that well. There's the culling coming out, trying to rip up the Skarner. The Sejuani ult only hits him. Pout goes in. He gets exhausted and has to just leave. The soul is secure. Kino takes a huge amount of damage. There's no impale on this Skarner. Are they going to be able to continue to chase? They will for now. Doggo in trouble, serves over the wall, and Pout finds the kill. Chica will answer though, and with 2 dead, a soul secured, I think MVK will be happy with how this has gone.
Yeah, MVK butcher CFO's gold lead. It's now down to 2k. They secure themselves the Mountain Soul and they get 2 kills. MVK, they are not out of this one yet. The timing on the kill of Rest, impeccable. He does have that Cerex gauge. He does have the boots to reduce physical damage, but I mean, Chica on this lock is doing so much magic damage that I feel like he has to index into that at some point, and we see this again. He just walked forward so confidently. He saw Kratos, but no one else. He thought maybe in the 1v1 he could do something, but Shadow unable to do much to save his top laner, and there goes the advantage. In the extended play, Haki sets up that trap line, trying to prevent any angle of play from CFO. They're spotted out, they see Chica, they reapply those wards. And Guri, all the while, is just starting up this Drake. It's less than 50%. There's not much CFO can do here. They play it about as well as they can in the 5v4 situation. Doggo lets rip with the culling, and it doesn't even do 40% of Guri's health there. Pout trying to get something done, trying to distract them as the Condemn comes through onto Shadow at the right time, preventing him from even getting a look at that Drake. It was always going over to MVK's. Yes, Kratos dies here. It's a consolation prize. Chica flashes forward and gets Doggo. Big sequence, MVK online.
Well, we come back straight into the thickness of another fight as the culling once again ripped onto Guri. He does not mind. You cannot cull the Guardian of Ishtal as the teleport. Oh, Kratos is not going to come in with a shield. He has an entire team on top of him. Needs to find his way out, and Impale will help, but not help enough, as this could be a massive mistake out of MVK. They're going to lose 2. They're going to lose 3. In fact, no, Guri actually gets away. Fair enough. As Chica dashes over the wall, but now this opens up an angle for CFO to start the Baron, all because of a blundered teleport.
We've seen Vaynes do this time and time again. They forget that they're not a tanky top laner, but they still play like a top laner. It's that top lane mentality, right? You TP in to help your team, but you aren't tough enough. 5v3, MVK, they're looking. They have to stop CFO getting this Baron.
Guri is here, has the smite button, could find an angle, but CFO just shouldn't let him get near it. They should just fight before the Baron is low, and that's exactly what they've done. Down he goes. MVK have to walk away, accept the fact that they've thrown the lead.
And that was set up by Rest beautifully. Yes, CFO was there. They were zoning MVK away, but Rest over the wall stuns Guri, so he's unable to escape. And CFO collapse, take him out, remove the smite, and guarantee their Baron. 5k gold lead. Yes, they're against MVK with the Mountain Solos. We do take a look at this sort of fight again. Doggo lets rip with the culling, as was called. Does not do much to Guri. It does chip the health bar down, but it's not like it's a one-shot auto kill onto like a squishy as the deep flanking TP from Kratos, but he's just not the top laner that he's used to playing. He's not a tank. Excellent ultimate from that Skarner. It does buy some time, but it is still not enough, and somehow Guri gets away. But back in live, we see CFO sieging MVK's base with their new Baron empowerment, which we do see here on the backside. Interestingly, Rest was taking a TP, like a recall, and he was interrupted because he was just outside of the bushes. I think there was like a small error there.
Hang on a sec. Back in live, we have another fight as Shadow goes low but does not go down. The Breath of Life from Milio will save him, but MVK could continue this play with that chunk that they've got. They can force CFO back, even though they don't pick up any kills. They just want to weather the storm of this Baron, because once the Baron's gone, their Dragon Soul is still there.
Absolutely, that is a permanent buff. And in 1.5 minutes, when the Baron ends, it is 1.5 minutes till that Elder Dragon. So CFO, they could push, reset, run out to that Baron, and use all of that gold to buy up those items. As we do take a look at this bot side fight one more time, it's CFO sieging Guri with the angles, able to bump Shadow into that wall, gets the ultimate, CCs for days, Shadow flashing away, barely a skerrick of health, and MVK push their advantage, repelling CFO. But back to live, Pout has an angle.
Does try and find something, but Kratos manages to get away. A nice tumble as the Vayne survives, but we're sieging on the inner tower once more. It will finally fall. CFO get more out of their Baron buff at the same time. Rest is going to get top. This is an enormous gold lead. 6,000 gold now for CFO as they look to complete the reverse sweep.
They have to stop the recalls. Now is the time. CFO, they don't have full health bars. MVK have the advantage. They can't let them recall. They can't let them get back out to this Elder uncontested. This Elder could win the game, whoever takes it. MVK, they're tankier. CFO, they do more damage. They have Doggo. Fights are brewing. Elders spawned. Couple of good wards.
Shadow.
It could be a flank.
Rest has a massive flank, but he will walk over wards. They know where he is. They could try and collapse on him, but they can't go too far from this Elder. It will die very quickly if CFO is allowed to hit it. Chica dashes over the wall just in time to not die while stunned. As we continue jostling back and forth, Haki has not had a chance to set up a trap line. CFO have full unimpeded movement, something a Caitlyn never wants to allow. 10,000 health on the dragon. It keeps getting lower. The culling is ripped out. This time Guri does care. That lot of damage there from Kratos onto Doggo, but not lethal. Chica floating around the side of the fight. Wants to try and find his way in. Needs to unleash Purgatory as we go between worlds. It's immediately cancelled though. CFO playing this safe. And here we go. But the breath of life was absolutely perfect. Guri has gone down. There's no smite. MVK have to win this fight before the dragon dies. They don't have a smite, Logan.
They got it.
That's going to be CFO with Elder Dragon.
They got the Elder. They won the smite fight because they killed Guri. There was no contest. MVK did the best they possibly could, but both teams so low that they have to retreat. They don't want to lose the Elder Dragon buff on 4 members of CFO. They have the advantage. They've made the safe. They've made the smart decision to recall, spend that gold, and get back out onto the Rift and press their advantage. This has to be one of the longest Elder Dragon fights I've seen in a long time. The Elder is just free-firing here this entire time while both teams dancing around one another, jockeying, vying for advantage, for flank. Kino spotting out Chica so they can't get that angle. Pout poking, Doggo culling, Kratos. Great condemn, ace in the hole from Haki to try and get Doggo, but he's able to escape on that back line. Chica with the ult to zone Doggo. It's Doggo, but he just doesn't die. It forces MVK to overextend, allowing the rest of CFO to poke them down. Guri dies, guarantees Elder over to CFO, and that is the fight. Oh, this game is so back and forth because MVK, they do have the Mountain Soul. They do have that tankiness about them. But what is tankiness in the face of instant execution when you go below that health point?
The only problem that CFO has is that their waves are not in great positions. Elder is not a very long buff. You can see it's already only got a minute left. The Purgatory comes out kind of just to slow them down. You can't fight into Elder. This was just to clear out the wave. If they can just buy another 45 seconds, MVK can, maybe not should, but can fight once again.
But Carrots, look, the Baron is up in... Yeah, the Baron is up in 10 seconds time. CFO with the Elder, surely they're going to get priority in this mid lane. Surely they're going to turn to that Baron with their Elder buff and take Baron Nashor again. I can't feel like MVK have a reasonable chance at contesting this in this 5v5 situation. Pout acting as bouncer, acting as bodyguard, trying to prevent MVK coming in. They're 4v5 right now. Haki's not even close to this fight.
No, he's not here. Chica has been spotted out. He's just going to get bursted with an Elder. You don't even need to fully kill him. They don't manage to. Guri will be the first one to go down as the dragon starts to roar. Rest bearing down on Haki. Shadow's just going to go over the wall. Knows that the rest of the team is coming. The Elder times out. Maybe Kratos can make it happen, but no, he cannot. MVK lose 3 and the game may well be over.
CFO have abandoned the Baron. They're going to apply their 5v2 team fighting advantage right here, right now. They take the inhibitor turret. They're going for this inhibitor. They are aggressing forward.
You can't do it. There's nothing that Chica and Sulong can do. Not when Shadow is able to tank. The Purgatory comes out. It clears minions, but it'll be replaced in a moment. MVK have fallen apart. CFO were down 0-2. They win the series 3-2. They dodge Team Secret Wales. They continue their march towards Worlds.
They complete the reverse sweep here in the LCP. CFO win 3-2 against MVK. MVK had the win in their clutches. They were up 2-0 in this series, but CFO, through guts, determination, and resilience, find a way to overcome this young, explosive, creative roster. They use their maturity, their wisdom, their perspectives from so many years of playing to overcome the odds and take tonight's BO5 and secure the second seed. They won't have to fight Team Secret Wales. That's got to feel good.
It has to feel incredible. They come all the way back. Can't believe they've managed it. And CFO, they lock in the second seed for our play-in stage.
Yeah, and there were so many great moments in this series as well. So many great moments in each game. Some games very, very one-sided, as rightfully so. They're cheering, they're applauding, they are stoked because they keep their hopes and dreams strong here. Look at them, they're just clowning around for the camera. You absolutely love it. Wait, what are we seeing here? What are we seeing? Hey! All right, that was pretty good. I like that one. Thank you very much for that, cameraman. But fantastic. Just a great series, right? Obviously, MVK, they came out kicking and screaming. They were so strong in game one, so strong in that game two. And then, Carrix, it feels like MVK were strong in game three, but then fumbled it and just gave it to CFO, which led to their demise.
Exactly. They just couldn't find another way to win. And, like, this is the thing, is that we're talking about a reverse sweep, and it was a reverse sweep, but game two, MVK shouldn't have won that game.
Yeah.
Like, there is no universe where they should win that game except this one.
Yeah, it's like CFO fumbled game two, absolutely. Like, they were so far ahead, they were 7k ahead, and MVK just found the fight, found the Baron, and fought their way back in. As we take a look at the highlights, and we're on Shadow, so I have to imagine that Shadow has been picked as player of the match here. He was so impactful on that Pantheon. He essentially solo set up CFO for victory, and here on the Sejuani, he was a part of that front line that CFO desperately needed. They had the Renekton, and then the Sejuani, it kind of built them that very back to front composition. It built them that tough nut to crack that MVK struggled to get through. It got them engage tools, and it felt like he was as everywhere as he could be on a Sejuani, and there it is, Shadow, player of the match.
Well deserved. He was fantastic throughout this series. Obviously, it's easy to say he was great in the wins, but even in game two, his Jarvan was instrumental in getting the massive leads, even though they do end up losing that game. I think he was incredible, and this is the story of CFO. They live and die by Shadow.
Yeah, Shadow just stepped up. Like, in that game one, Shadow was a bit quieter, right? And CFO just didn't look like they were even in contention. But then when Shadow stepped up and put his foot down and he said, no, we're going to win, that's when CFO came alive. They had answers. They had the proactivity. They had the initiative. We were talking about it in game one, right? It was Guri making all of the plays. Shadow nowhere to be seen. In game two, it was the other way around. But then Shadow kept that momentum. He kept that pace. He kept that initiative all the way through. And as you said, he just became the instrument for CFO's success. They were able to play around him. They were fed by him. And it's not to say other players didn't have amazing moments either, because Rest timed that flash stun perfectly, trapping Kratos under that turret and getting that 1v1. And it wasn't even the only time he did it. He did it 2 times in a row to punish him.
I mean, it just kept going. This game was really not particularly close. CFO dominated really hard all through this game 5, and it never really looked super in doubt.
Yeah, there was like maybe one moment where MVK, I think, beat them in the mid lane and started to push down their tier 2 turret, but that was the closest they got. From there, CFO, they won the Elder, they won the Baron fight, because after they won it so convincingly, they killed 3 members of MVK, didn't lose a single one of theirs. They were just like, nope, now is the time to pull the trigger. Now is the time we end this game and win this series and lock in that second seed. And to me, I said it before, it speaks of their veterancy, it speaks of their experience, it speaks of this invigorated roster, because Kino and Pout are relatively new additions to the CFO team. And it just feels like some of these communication issues that were there in Split 1, Split 2, it feels like they're diminishing. It feels like they're being much less impactful here, Carrix. And we're seeing signs of life of that CFO 2025, but that's not 25, right? Because it's a new roster. They're different players. They're forging their own path, their own identity in the LCP.
That they are. And they'll continue to forge it as they move on. They will dodge Team Secret Wales, as we've said. No? Hang on.
Okay. They don't.
I'm confused.
It looks like...
All right. We've been misinformed.
It looks like Team Secret
Never mind.
Yeah, well... I feel like Team Secret Wales is locked in that first seed, and maybe it's a contest over who has first seed. Like, is it Team Secret Wales and CFO vying for first and second seed? We'll find out. We'll update you as you stay tuned with the LCP, because tomorrow night we have Ground Zero Gaming versus Detonation Focus Me. So that will be a good game tomorrow night. We'll be interested to see how that one goes. And then it will be Team Secret Wales versus CFO on that Sunday night in these seeding matches, as highlighted by this fantastic graphic.
And it's an exciting one, GZ versus DFM. Of course, they are fighting for their lives. These were our 1-3 teams. These are teams that are not partner teams, so we'll be heading down potentially into a relegation bracket tournament. They do not want to be there, and they want to have the best possible chance to fight their way back.
Yeah, you're so right. You touched on something that's relatively unique to the LCP. We have partner teams and we have guest teams. Guest teams, if they're knocked out of the split, they can face relegation at the end of Split 3, whereas partner teams, they're locked in. They stay in the LCP no matter what. But Carrix, before we end tonight, do you have any final thoughts on that full best of 5 series with the silver scrapes and reverse sweep to boot?
I mean, I could sit here for about half an hour and talk about just about everything, but I'll just say one thing, and it's directly to you, Team Secret Wales. Don't let him get Pantheon.
Shadow made that much clear. Statement shown, statement made. Carrix knows, we know. Thank you so much to everyone for tuning into the LCP tonight. We will see you again tomorrow night, same time, same place, for another banger best of 5. Good night.